Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to chair this session and to chair this session. I'm Enrico Landoni. I'm full professor of contemporary history, and I'm very happy to be here in Novedrate, where the weather is bad, unfortunately. But I'm very happy to be here to chair this session, which seems to be very, very interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have with us Antonio Barcedon because he has some trouble with his health. He's at the moment in the hospital, so we wish him all the best. We hope he can be safe very, very soon. And very quickly, I would like to introduce the first speaker of this afternoon. She is Isabella Fusco, is our student of the master degree course in languages and in modern literatures and intercultural translation here of campus. And so I'm very happy to give her the microphone. Isabella, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. I decided to focus my presentation on some specific proposals from the Conference on the Future of Europe. That is done. Here it is. Proposal 47, measure 5. Specifically, it is a proposal that focuses on the internships rights for students and young workers. Now, I decided to start firstly by presenting a very quick situation with the internship status in the Union and how it relates to the minimum wages. Now, only 22 countries out of 47 have a minimum wage in the Union. Those do not include Italy, Sweden, Finland, Austria, and Denmark, which is why this column here is empty. We have very different situations in regard to internships in the Union. We have France, where internships are paid if they exceed 2 months or 309 hours, and they abide by the labor code. That means that they are paid a €3.90 bonus after that amount of hours worked. In Germany, it is paid if they exceed 3 months, and they abide by the Minimum Wage Act. That means that after 3 months of interning, they receive €12.41 per hour, which places them at the minimum wage, around €2,000 per month. In Bulgaria, I chose to show Bulgaria's situation because they have the lowest minimum wage, that is around €400 per month, so around 900 Bulgarian level. And technically, Bulgaria's situation is very particular. They need to pay the minimum wage for the interns, but the situation is vastly unregulated. It has been brought up in the National Bulgarian Youth Forum, how the labor code allows for young interns to not be paid because their pay depends on whether or not the tasks assigned respect those of a regular employee, which means that it is difficult for the law to enforce the payments and to enforce the treatment as regular workers. In Italy, on the other hand, we have the Jobs Act since 2012. That means that interns need to be paid at least €300 per month, but that amount can be made higher depending on the region. Most regions have higher amounts, up to €600 per month. The average is about €450 to €500. This means that, generally speaking, the situation for interns pay doesn't quite reach the minimum wage, or if it does reach the minimum wage, it's in countries where it is vastly unregulated. And that also means that interns generally cannot live lives that are above the poverty line. So in this situation, the Conference on the Future of Europe decided to touch the subject with Proposal 47, Measure 5, to ensure that young people's internships and jobs adhere to quality standards, including on remuneration, putting an end to youth minimum wages, and any other discriminatory labor law provisions specific to young people, as well as banning through a legal instrument unpaid internships on the labor market and outside of formal education. Now, this is part of the education, culture, youth, and sport topic, specifically European youth issues. And it is done in inspiration from the European Citizens Panel number 1, recommendations number 1 and 30. Recommendation number 1 concerns the establishment of a minimum wage across the Union to ensure a more or less equal quality of life for member states. And number 30 concerns the framework to establish said minimum wage. Now, none of these actually touch the topic of internships or interns' rights, but the plenary must have decided they were relevant to a topic, and so they used them as the inspiration for this proposal. There's also a few proposals that touch the subject, that is Proposal 14, Measure 1 on inclusive labor markets, also Proposal 13, Measure 7 from the inclusive labor market topic. Proposal 14 is on the shared framework for minimum wage, again, to ensure similar quality of life within the Union. Proposal 13 is on financial support to companies to help with youth employment, as well as other forms of support, such as educational resources and/or courses, also extended to young entrepreneurs and self-employed professionals. There is then Proposal 15, Measure 2, on demographic transition. This one specifically is made for young fathers and mothers, either re-entering or entering the labor market. But in general, it is for young people, so it is for the support and protection of work for young people. And it also speaks about the enforcement of the Youth Guarantee, which was also one of the points of Proposal 47. The Youth Guarantee is supposed to be a set of regulations that is made to help young people enter the workforce, among other things. It also focuses on the quality of the offers, whether they are of employment, traineeship, or education. We then have Proposal 29, anti-discrimination, equality, and quality of life, that concerns direct public investment for work-life balance, and it comes from the European Citizens Panel number 2 on EU democracy, values, rights, rule of law, and security. Specifically, this European Citizens Panel spoke about the transparency needed in direct public investment and on more streamlined operations to go towards better work-life balance for citizens. It was also in reference to the Dutch National Citizens Panel that spoke about the importance of proper enforcement of regulations from national law. We then have a timeline of the proposals on the matter, proposals and similar events. We mostly have the Youth Guarantee with the Commission's proposal in December 2020 and 12. We have the Council's adoption of the Youth Guarantee and implementation. In between, there is the QFT, that is the Quality Framework for Traineeship, Council recommendation and implementation. Then we have the Reinforced Youth Guarantee in 2020 and its adoption, in between the Parliament's involvement, which we'll see in a second. Then we have the Conference on the Future of Europe. In between this and that, there is the COVID crisis, obviously, so there was a bit of a stop in operations. Then there is, in June 2023, these are all recent events. Parliament votes to call for legislation on banning unpaid internships. So we have the Youth Guarantee. The Youth Guarantee was proposed on December 2012. It was made to promote youth employment, and it was made in consideration of the percentage of needs. Those are people that are neither in employment, education, or training. And it was considering that 30% of people between the ages of 15 to 25 will be unemployed for over 12 months. And they proposed to create an environment in which the member states will be able to offer, no later than 4 months after employment or end of education, some quality offer of employment, education, or training. It was then adopted on the 22nd of April 2013, with a set of guidelines considering social factors, such as the differences that exist between young people in between and within member states, that is considering differences in socioeconomic areas, immigration, gender, disability, and they focus on using employment services or establishing them. They can be either private or public. They also focus on the implementation of outreach campaigns, specifically with the help of youth organizations, which would have a closer view on the problem. And This youth guarantee was supposed to be implemented mostly between 2014 and 2020. By May 2014, most countries had submitted their plans for the implementation of the youth guarantee, and about half of them had extended the age limit to cover up to 30 years of age instead of 15 to 25. And they mostly focused on a continued monitoring and update of the scheme, that is to keep the offer updated, depending on the needs of each member state. We then have the Quality Framework for Traineeships, the QFT, which was implemented rather fast in between the implementation and the adoption of the youth guarantee. It was stipulated in regard to the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, Article 153, on the support of the member states on protection of workers by the Union, and most importantly, on the integration of persons excluded from the labour market. It was also made in reference to Article 166 on the implementation of vocational training policy, specifically by facilitating access to vocational training and mobility of young people. It was made also considering the lack of remuneration and the inadequate compensation of interns, the unregulated nature of traineeships, and the improper working conditions. This is in reference to factors like sick leave, working hours, social coverage, all things that are usually not granted to interns. And what it came to establish was a written traineeship agreement that would then list all of those factors, the educational objectives of the offer, which will then qualify it as an internship and not as an entry-level job. The duration, most countries do not allow for internships over 6 months long, and the compensation when it was applicable. We then have the reinforced youth guarantee. It was made in 2020, which is the ending year for the first youth guarantee. The Commission proposal proposed to raise the age limit to 30 years old. It was defined by 4 phases: mapping, outreach, preparation, and offer. And it again focused on data collection and monitoring of the scheme. In between its proposal and its adoption by the Council, Parliament decided to speak on the matter by pointing out that the original youth guarantee had only been adopted by some member states, as it was a set of regulations, and they called for a legally binding proposal by the Commission. Specifically, this is in reference to the fact that the youth guarantee, as a set of regulations and not an actual legislative measure, would allow for improper offers to be offered to its scheme. Specifically, it said that under no circumstances should offers under the reinforced youth guarantee contribute to social dumping, wage dumping, in-work poverty, or precariousness for young people. That is because the offers proposed by the youth guarantee should be good quality, varied, and tailored. In that regard, the Union cannot exactly support a measure that will not follow its standards. Despite that, this was in October 2020, and so the proposal had already been put forward by the Commission. And so the one that was adopted on the 30th of October was the reinforced youth guarantee as it was proposed. It was also done in consideration of COVID-19, since it brought on an unemployment crisis, especially for young people. After the COVID-19 crisis had more or less ended, not employment-wise, we have a call for legally binding measures by Parliament. They vote to call for legislation, most probably in reference to a conference on the future of Europe, Proposal 47, also in reference to a very successful petition on the European Youth Forum, and they ask for a directive on quality traineeships that is legally binding this time, and an update for the Quality Framework for Traineeships, the QFT, which was last updated on the 2014th. Then we have the Commission's proposal following Parliament's call for legislation in March 2024, just a few months ago, and it considers Parliament's call for a ban on paid internships. It directly references Proposal 47 from the Conference on the Future of Europe, and it proposes regulations mostly to avoid regular job offers to be disguised as traineeships, and also to ensure that trainees receive proper treatment as workers. Most of this directive actually focuses on making sure that entry-level jobs are not offered as traineeships and go unrewarded as such. But it doesn't really ban unpaid internships, nor does it propose a framework for their pay. And this doesn't really go unnoticed. There is the reception of the directive by the European Economic and Social Committee. They state that traineeships must be of high quality, paid, and include mentoring to help young people transition into the workforce. They propose to enhance the directive to allow workers' representatives to protect trainees, to ensure trainees' rights when outside of employment relationships. That is because usually traineeship contracts and agreements do not count as regular work offers, and so they do not enjoy the status of workers. And they also call to effectively put a stop to unpaid internships. This is because the directive itself from the Commission does state that trainees are less likely to defend their rights due to their vulnerable positions in the labor market, the absence, complexity, or diversity of regulatory frameworks for traineeships in various member states, alongside an insufficient enforcement of national legislation and the lack of capacity for controls and inspections, as well as a lack of clarity regarding authority responsible for control and enforcement, are among the main factors leading to the problematic use of traineeships. So this means that technically we are waiting possibly for a change in the directive proposed by the Commission. They can technically propose changes up until the Parliament's first reading. And unless that happens, this will be submitted and it technically could not put a stop to unpaid internships. So with that, we are left.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Isabella, for your precise, very interesting speech about a very important topic. I think it's absolutely an hot topic. You gave us sort of wide analysis of the European guidelines. And in my opinion, we have to focus on the different, how can I say, on the different national situation. I'm thinking about the Italian situation, for example. We have also the civil service related to the youth guarantee. So at the end of this session, surely we will talk about this topic. We will have some questions to answer. So once again, thank you very much. Now I am very glad, very happy to introduce a friend, a colleague, Fiorella Vinci. She is Associate Professor of Sociology of Political and Juridical Phenomena. She's our colleague here at eCampus. And she is an analyst of public action sociology. She has a peculiar expertise on multi-levels governance. She has a specific expertise in the processes of collective legitimization and public policies. And today she's presenting her paper, speech, whose title is Democracy as a Method, a Critical Analysis of the European Cooperation in the Educational Field. Fiorella, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Fiorella Vinci. I'm a political sociologist, and I begin thanking our colleague Roberto Castaldi and the others colleague who have organized this so interesting conference. Today, I would like to share a critical analysis of the European cooperation in educational field. I try to understand what institutional conditions can transform an exercise, the Conference of the Future of Europe, an exercise of deliberative democracy, like nothing we have done before, into a process of democratic institutional innovation. And I would like to understand if this kind of exercise is effectively or it cannot slide in the rhetorical exercises and fed democratic illusions. I think that maybe we have to stress the cooperation, the European cooperation, and try to inscribe an institutional innovation like this conference in a wider institutional framework. And try to delve into the recent strategy, European strategy about the European cooperation, the objectives and the methods that these documents offer to a democratic process of innovation. The strategies, these documents are the resolution on a strategic framework for European cooperation in education and training towards the European education era and beyond 2021-2030, and the resolution on the governance structure of the strategic framework for European cooperation in education and training towards the European education era and beyond 2021 and 2030. Now, how we can study, how we can analyze these documents? I think that according with our aims, we can use the sociology of public action with a pragmatic curvature. Why this tradition, this sociological tradition? For many reasons. Firstly, it let us an analysis that isn't deterministic. It allows an analysis that isn't only destruence, but it is only construence. And last but not least, this tradition enhances the cognitive and the normative dimensions of public policies. In this, with this tradition, we can discover many important key of analysis. Firstly, the different context of implementation of European policy. These different contexts are different not only because they are full of different material resource, but also for the immaterial resource. For example, for the different planning and administrative institutional capabilities. And also with this lens of analysis, we can point out the political coordination, the problem of political coordination among the different levels of government. Why we think that these key are so important for the analysis of the model of European cooperation? Because they allow us to define a democratic efficiency of European model of cooperation and point out the innovation of governance structure, the degree of this possibility of innovation, like really a key of innovation. The problem and the issue is to the possibility that the governance, the model of governance become transparent towards the heterogeneity of different contexts of European policies. Transparent in regarding the heterogeneity of inequality that made up the context of implementation of European policies, the structural inequalities that at different level composed the context. Now, if we delve into this document, the framework strategic of cooperation and the strategic governance structure, we find a well-known political bureaucratic governance model. We have a very little differentiated level of coordination. We have a strong coordination between the European level and the national level. But crystallized around the technical knowledge. The actors that compose this governance, this structure of governance, are above all ministerial officers and national officers. We note two big absence, the absence of people directly involved in the educational field, the teachers and students. And we note also the absence of infranational representatives, regional and local. But if we analyze with the framework, the lens of public sociology of public action, we find the possibility of new space, new areas of public action, the public action that we can define at democratic vocation. I identify three big areas of innovation, of potential innovation. They are the paragovernmental activities, the strategic framework focus on the paragovernmental activities, the consultation of social actors. But in this kind of consultation, we could include also the conference of the future of the Europe, but with some conditions. If the we must pay attention to the type of actors and to the institutionalization of this consultation. This consultation have to be periodic, and they have to be also binding for the institution. And last but not least, the actors have to be competent. After, we have another interesting area of innovation. This is the periodic reports on advancement of objectives. These reports that are periodic, for example, for the European cooperation, the first is the next year in 2025. And after in 2030, or these reports can be a list of data, a list of statistical data, or it could be also, it could include social researcher and diachronic and longitudinal researcher. And these periodic reports could trigger an exercise of democratic reflexive. And also important appear peer consultation that in the literature is considered one of the most important kind of consultation of social actors. But also here, this peer consultation or the experience of international mobility of teachers and students that are so widespread in the history of educational cooperation could play different function. They could be the individual experience, or they could be transformed into the collective and political experience if they are included in the, for example, in the offer of the of each school. And non to be only the individual experience. Now, and maybe here, my presentation find the presentation of Isabella There another theme that are very interesting to explore, and it is the goal of enhancement of autonomy of young people. The cooperation, the European cooperation is based basically on the relationship between work and school. This is the very challenge for the present and for the future of the citizens, but also for the economic development of the Europe. But like said just before our colleague Enrico Landoni, the declination at national level of the relationship between work and school are very different, and every country have to do an effort to be able to enhance the autonomy of young people. The challenge maybe is to make our students protagonists of their professional training. Like Isabella said just before, not in every country at this moment they are protagonists of their professional training. Maybe we need a democratic intelligence. What is a democratic intelligence? It is what Durkheim called social travail, social work. A social work is a plural professional activity, a competent plural professional activity, and maybe above all aimed, an activity aimed to see the structure of opportunities that in which individuals are linked and in which individuals live. We see the individuals separately from their context, but individual are social individual, and they live in the context of opportunity, different context of opportunities. This context shape their right to study, and maybe also their chance for your future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fiorella, very much for your very profound speech. I thank you for the, how can I say, inspirational power of your reflections, because in my mind I was thinking and focusing on a lot of topics. I have written some keywords I would like to deepen at the end of, obviously, at the end of this session. And in my opinion, is very important your reflection on the importance of involving people, the activation and the involvement. That is the key point, in my opinion, of your speech. But obviously, you talk about a lot of things. But that, if I'm asked to say what do you think about the main topic of Fiorella's speech? The first glance is involvement and participation, obviously, the activation. So thanks again for your very, very interesting speeches. Now I ask people online and also present here at Novedrate if you have some questions for our speakers. For Isabella, for Fiorella, have you something? Roberto? Let's start with this session dedicated to questions.
I have two.
Like this.
I actually have two questions for both of them. So I start with Isabella. So you gave us a very detailed analysis about the process by which the European Union is trying to deal with the issue. And I would like also to have your opinion about it. So what do you think about the different perspective that the different institutions have taken in the process that you described? The Parliament, the Commission, the Council, so the Member States? Because it seems to me that just like we discussed this morning about the other issues, the European institutions were more keen to follow on the citizen proposal than the Member States were. And I'd like to know if this sensation is correct. And the other one is if you think that the Member States would have acted on the issue of unpaid internship if there was no input at the European level. Because one of the issues that we often discuss in the debate is that the European Union should not take care of small things, should take care only of big things. So why do we need the European Union to take care of unpaid internship? So why, from a subsidiarity perspective, do we need the union to do that? Maybe because otherwise the member states simply don't. Is this the reason why eventually, notwithstanding the fact that at a theoretical level, if we look at the federalist literature about federal system, you would not attribute to the federal level the intervention on unpaid internship? And I've never found anything in any comparative federalism literature about it in my entire life, which was quite a bit devoted to the study of comparative federalism and European federalism. But at the same day, hearing what you said, it looks that if the European Union didn't put its finger on the issue, simply the member states don't care about young people. And for Fiorella, you, I think, highlighted very well the fact that just like the EU is a multi-level system of government, education is a multi-level process. And you need to bring in different kind of actors to build an effective policy. And I'd like your opinion on one aspect, that on education, the European Union has only a support competence. So basically, it's very weak, what the European Union can do. And from the conference, if you look across the board in the different priorities, basically on each priority, there was one proposal about strengthening education on that proposal at the European level. So citizens were asking for the European education system to deal with technology and the digital transition. We need more education regarding fake news, the banking, the perils of the internet and the IT technology and so on and so forth. Then you had the green, the environment, and you had the request that we need to have more environmental education in the education system across the board in Europe. You had democracy and the rule of law, and there was a great request that we need European citizenship education in the European school system. So it looked at across the board, European citizens were asking for the European Union to put the European Union at the center of the European educational system at a time in which the European Union has no competences to do it. And this is amazing in my view, because again, within the framework of the debate about subsidiarity and the role of different level of government, we have this request of many things to be done within the European educational system across the board. So at European level, in a more coherent, homogeneous, structured way. at a time in which the European Union doesn't have any power to do any of that at all. And so this is quite a contradiction between what the citizen wants and therefore expect from the union and what the union can actually do on the basis of the current competencies and power. And the other element, as you mentioned, the region and local actor. And I think that there is one thing that I've been working in the past that regarding European citizenship education, on which, by the way, at the campus, we also have another European project, EUValues, a network, a Jean Monnet network that we coordinate together with schools from 5 different countries. And we are working with them to try to set up a European citizenship education curricula. And one of the things that surprised us is the fact that in different countries, the situation is entirely different regarding citizenship education in general and European citizen or multi-level citizenship education in particular. And also that the European Union finances a huge number of training courses through cohesion policy. And the only European things in those courses is the logo with the flag written, co-funded by the European Union. And the fact that even in the courses paid by the European Union, there is no European citizenship education, no European alphabetization at all, to me is appalling. The fact that we cannot manage the European Union to force the region, because it's mostly the region that manage the structural, the cohesion fund, that on all the training financed by the EU, there should be at least a short online module on the EU so that people can at least know who is paying for their training, what is the work that the EU does, the competence, the power, so that we don't have this kind of expectation that everybody wants the EU to do everything about anything from migration to education to energy, all fields on which the Union has very little competencies and power. I think that would be really a great, an important step to strengthen European education and also European democracy, because to have a strong democracy, you need citizens that are aware of what is going on and also of the structure, the competence and power of the various institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Isabella. So, thank you.
Okay, so the first question was about the difference in perspective between the Parliament, the Commission, and all the other parties in the European Union. If I have to be honest, I can't really know why there is a difference in opinion, but I would guess that there is a difference in between actually drafting a law and simply voting for it. So maybe the Commission is a bit more hesitant to actually draft a law that will then be implemented into national legislation for each member state. Maybe they're buying time, maybe they just want to take into account anything that then will need to change member state by member state. Obviously, the European Economic and Social Committee knows that this is a necessary step for the growth of young people in the Union. They have spoken out about it, so they must be in line with Parliament's decision to actually promote legislation. But I cannot know more than that, to be honest. As for why the member states have As for why it is the EU that needs to act instead of the member states, and whether or not the member states would act on their own or not, I would say the member states would probably focus on more short-term decisions with more short-term impact, as the growth of young people in their career has more of a long impact kind of outcome. And so it is the EU that chose to step in. Most countries we've seen Bulgaria, for example, they are very unregulated. Most countries that are a bit more peripheral to the EU will probably not act upon it on their own. They probably have bigger priorities in the national legislation than to focus on internships. And so, yes, the EU does need to act. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fiorella.
Thank you. Above all, I will recall the presentation of Isabella, and also because I studied the yacht guarantee in my past. And I will note that the economic rationality isn't the only dimension to consider in the analysis of the different model of trainership. The different model in the different national context are different for many reasons. For example, for the tutoring, for the function that the tutoring play in the professional formation, and also for the credit, for the plausibility that the professional training in the pathways, scholar pathways. If you want, we can after also discuss about this. For the consideration of Roberto, of course, the first maybe not considered character of the European policies is the multi-level character. We consider the European policy too often like a national policy. Isn't the national policy, and their effectiveness is very dependent of this multi-level character. For the on the education policies, I agree with the consideration that in the conference of the future, education is anywhere. In all proposal could be read with a goal of education. Maybe, and I find the European cooperation on the educational field to find something more specific, more dedicated to the educational. Also in these documents, beside the attention to the trainership, there is another big attention to the literacy, to the different rates of in Europe of literacy, or it's a contradiction. Here we are really contradiction, because in this year, if we see from the Lisbon strategy to now, the educational policy, European policy, if I see like a researcher, academic researcher, I believe that it is one of the most important and the most effective policy. if we look at our students, the mobility, international mobility, the mobility of our students, we test the progress, the advancement of this policy. Really, if we look at the multi-level process and the European alphabetization, also in the primary level, it is very very lucky. No, it isn't. Unfortunately, it isn't very developed. And there is a good work to do. There is the contradiction, the effectiveness, very different from the policy in the long year, and the perception of some categories, and the development in the perception of public.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Federica?
Very briefly,
No, you need to speak there, otherwise those online cannot hear. So-
sorry. Some Professor. Okay. It is something that comes to my mind after listening both speeches. One of the problem, in my opinion, connected both with the educational field and the trainership and training for young workers field is the problem of, how to say, too much qualified young people in Europe compared to what, I mean, happens also in the rest of the world. So we are, fortunately, training very well-educated young people with good skills, international experiences, also thanks to the European Union possibility. I mean, the Erasmus project is maybe one of the most popular and effective goals of the European integration process. So we have a lot of young people in the EU qualified. Those who applied for unpaid trainership are, I mean, very, very well qualified people. And we are living in an area that is the pre-artificial intelligence area. So, I mean, what is going to do?
Already.
Yeah, maybe already. It's maybe already time for artificial intelligence. So, how to combine the fact to educate young human beings and at the same time educate the artificial intelligence to do the work of humans instead of humans, and at a European level, how to maintain the rights of human beings without losing the let's say the challenge with other big states who are investing a lot on artificial intelligence and who are, I mean, competing at a very high level to in the technological field. So how in the EU, with the welfare state tradition, with the rights tradition, with the importance of human dignity and human experience, how can we at the same time combine these aspects with the importance not to lose an international challenge? I know it's a big problem.
You think only you. Only to think for the big problem that you point out. First, young people in Europe is very qualified, yes, but not always, not everywhere. Also in Europe, you have a south of Europe, and you have the periphery, and you have a situation very, very full of inequalities. And also the opportunities, the international opportunities has been a strong democratizer, but in a structure that it is very unequal. First. Second, your big question, recall me the question of Roberto, that he have just formulated, because the educational policy, I am also very, I disagree with some goals of educational policies. Maybe some values that are which you recall are not considered in the correct way, and in despite the others are very, very amplified, with also much rhetoric in the discourse. Also at the level of the first level of school, for example, the green education that it is also very widespread in the Conference of Europe. It is at some level, it is widespread at school. I look only the Italian context, but for example, the analphabetization, human alphabetization, and the historical alphabetization about our drum, European drum, also in the recent past. Our young people don't know anything. Donc, there is good work to do.
The question Federica posed.
No, you need to go there because otherwise the people.
Yeah, just a few words. No. Thank you. Well, just a few words. I have to use the microphone just because there's broad from here. Far from here, I can otherwise can listen. What I was thinking is that just linking to your question is that maybe artificial intelligence could challenge human intelligence. Maybe it could be grown up, such as a different field between what human can do and what artificial intelligence can do. For the first time, maybe we will be challenged to do everything better. Just otherwise, there is someone that is something, not someone, because it is an artificial intelligence that could be do the same thing better than us. So the problem is maybe one of the problems. There are not just a problem, of course. Problem could be one of the problem could be try to find the way in which have a dialogue with artificial intelligence that could, as I said, challenge us to new borders and given us an help to cross that borders. It's something that I thinking for the first time right now, so I'm not sure about what I'm saying, but I'll try to develop, if is it correct, is my thoughts tomorrow morning when I'll try to expose some consideration about the use of artificial tools in the corporate law. So in the meantime, I thank you for this opportunity to share an instant thought, and I leave you the way to develop or cancel it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Remarks, questions? If there, at the moment, if there are no questions, I would like to share very quick remarks about something you make me think. First, in my opinion, when in your answers, you talk about young people and education. In my opinion, these topics are very and badly influenced by the public narration. So, in my opinion, we have a lot of negative responsibilities on journalists, opinion makers, and so on. If we consider the Italian public opinion, and I think we can consider also probably French public opinion, when we talk about young people, we immediately, how can I say, we immediately think about the environmental problems, even if as if young people, green sensibility, environmental. So this make people, in my opinion, consider young people, how can I say, the only supporters of environmental problems, and their role is, in my opinion, undervaluated. We lost the complexity of the young people issues. In my opinion, the narration about young people is negatively influenced by this perspective, by this point of view. Second element,
we have another terrible problem: the national implementation of the youth guarantee and the politics dedicated to young people. I think about the Italian case. If you search on government website, you find a lot of information about civil service. In my opinion, civil service, how can I say, is the highest element of the iceberg. How can I say, is nothing, in my opinion. It is no sense. Yeah, it is something important if we consider the poorness of the Italian implementation of this specific aspect of European guidelines. But it's something nonsense. It's a very, very little element of a more complex situation, of a more complex problem, which probably deserve a very different consideration, a wider perspective, a cultural perspective, a strategic view. We have no strategic view at all. And this, as a historian, make me think about something that's quite far from us, but is something impressive. Recently, I have read a lot of speeches of Aldo Moro. I want to share with you this element, which is something biographical, because I, as an historian, I'm studying these aspects, and it's incredible if we consider that Aldo Moro, more than 60 years ago, stressed the young people question, saying there's no one government in Italy and in Europe which is really involved in considering the importance of young people. That is why Aldo Moro is remembered as one of the more important Italian politicians, probably the only one who understood in the better way the 1968 issues, the juvenile issues, and so on. It's not by chance, because he was the only one Italian politician very sensible on this aspect. And in my opinion, we have to recover in some way this inspiration, because Fiorella talks about the historical the terrible lack of knowledge and so on. Yeah, in my opinion, we have to recover this political, cultural, historical experience. We have to, how can I say, we have to feed the public discourse, the public speech about this topic with this very important element. The final remark is dedicated to, in my opinion, 4 keywords, which Fiorella, probably you inspire in a certain sense. I think about bureaucracy, technique, culture, and politics. In my opinion, in your speech, you stress these 4 topics. If I'm not wrong, please, Fiorella, tell me if I'm right or wrong. You say we have the problem that, of course, we have the European project, we have Erasmus that makes young people go all around Europe. So if you are an Italian student, you can go to France, you can go to Germany, and so on. But we have to go beyond this element. We have to share, how can I say, the experience, the knowledge, the cultures, the identity in a certain sense. So the cultural element play a very important role. So knowledge, technique, absolutely, they are necessary element to build a new European discourse, a new European perspective, but we have to focus on the cultural element. So I know that everybody, if you read the journal, the newspaper, and so on, you can see the European bureaucracy. Oh, the European is a negative element. But in this way, how can I say, could be a negative element, because we have to go on. Of course, the technical element, the technical knowledges, the legal elements, the bureaucracy are crucial for the European frame. It's obviously something everybody knows. But we have to go beyond this element. So let's go beyond the cold, technical, bureaucratic element in order to build a cultural perspective and strategy, first element. The cultural element, that's why I was talking about the importance of culture, and politics. Politics in the way I'm talking about Aldo Moro. Politics, which have to be the final moment of a very complex process based upon cultural element, values, and so on. But it's something which represents the final element, the final goal. You can reach this final element only if you invest on cultural element and the values. So, okay, it's very important, the technical, the juridical element, which is the frame. Because if you don't have the technical knowledge and the principles, the technical principle, you can't build the frame. But you have to go beyond. We have to go beyond. And if we go beyond, as you say, we can involve people. We can give especially young people, a reason to participate, to play an important role. Because really final, we have to go beyond the idea that democracy is the political regime in which you go to vote freely, obviously. You put your vote into the box and wait for the final results. No, democracy is something richer, it's something more complex. So please, let's go beyond this idea, because democracy obviously is not only the physical exercise by which you go to the cabin vote, put your vote into the box and wait for the final result. You say, we freely vote, so that's it, the frame. No, you have to go beyond. You have to give a reason. You have to give a reason to participate to public activity and so on. If you don't give this reason, which is only, in my opinion, moral and cultural way, it's all you can realize only on a moral and cultural way, it's very difficult to create this positive mood on these elements. And so obviously nobody leaves as a surprise the political results in regional elections in Germany, in France, and so on. That's no surprise at all. No surprise at all. Because as Piero Ignazzi wrote in a very, how can I say, simple way, in my opinion, too simple way, but it's very effective, very effective. If the economic outputs are good, people are at the end happy and believe in the strength of democracy. When the economic results are not good, people don't believe in the strength, in the power of democracy. Very easily, very simple. In my opinion, it's too simple, but is obviously everybody agrees with this the analysis. Everybody agrees with this analysis, because in general it's okay, it's good, it's okay. But we have to go beyond, because when you can assure that kind of economic outlooks because of structural reason, because you can assure this economic performance for so many years, like Germany knew in the recent past, you have a lot of problems in Germany and other European countries. So, would like to share this opinion, my opinion. Any other remarks? Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a break.
Have a break. We have a little break, and we start at
5:30.
5:30. Okay.
So,
With the last session of this afternoon. Okay. Thank you very much. See you later.
Again.
Lascio acceso, Roberto.
Sì, ci possiamo spendere tanto per dopo la stessa, lo stesso di Zoom.
Oh, buonasera.
Non devo evitare di uccidere qualcuno, faccio.
Sono delle cose, un dibattito, bellissime cose, belle.
No, sulle cose di chat, il problema dell'intelligenza artificiale, ma come prima che era l'intelligenza artificiale, internet, eccetera, è che un ragazzino oggi è in grado di trovare qualunque risposta
Istantaneamente.
Il problema è che non si pone domande.
Esatto.
Cioè,
È tutto lì.
Cioè, il problema è tu puoi avere tutte le risposte del mondo, ma se ti fai delle domande deficienti,
Trovi risposte efficienti.
vuoi risposte deficienti. Cioè, adesso, quando noi eravamo ragazzi, che internet non esisteva. Allora,
Non si immaginava neanche.
se tu volevi sapere che cosa pensava qualcuno dall'altra parte del mondo, semplicemente non volevi sapere. Perché cioè, arrivavano tre giornali stranieri, 3 giorni
In
dopo,
alcune città,
soltanto come dire, inglesi o americani, cioè cosa pensavano i cinesi, i giapponesi, gli indiani, non avevi nessuna speranza, e per acquistarlo costava come una settimana di giornale.
sì.
Cioè, questo era se tu ti ponevi la questione, ma gli altri come cavolo lo vedono il mondo? Oggi tu potresti vedere, cioè, tutti gli indiani fanno tutto in inglese,
No,
i cinesi hanno
i libri scolastici. I libri
scolastici
sono distribuiti nella sezione cinese, nella sezione araba, islamica, eccetera, no? Poi, a proposito dell'educazione verde, eccetera, loro fanno la differenziata, perché quello sono stati addestrati come se fossero stati dei soldatini, no? Dei militari, con quel tipo di impostazione. Però poi, tra di loro, non si salutano, si insultano. Cioè, allora, questa educazione green...
Se non è dentro l'educazione in generale...
questo capisci la wide perspective.
Appunto, però il problema... Ma
che cosa,
cioè noi,
come puoi rispettare il mondo se non rispetti gli altri?
adesso,
Cioè...
no? Poco fatto il nodo di fondo è che noi viviamo nella città più ricca della storia dell'umanità. Cioè, fondamentalmente, la gente sta bene. Non c'è mai stata una società più ricca di questa. Come che sta avendo un lento declino, cioè relativo nel mondo, però siccome fondamentalmente la maggior parte delle persone ha la pancia piena, il problema non se lo pone. Cioè, se tu guardi i dati sul risparmio, cioè, nel 1945, in cui la gente non ce l'aveva da mangiare, il tasso di risparmio era elevatissimo.
0,8.
No, perché il punto è, se tu c'hai poco, sei comunque preoccupato che domani magari non c'è niente, no? Quindi pensi a risparmiare per le generazioni future. Allora, come dire, i nostri nonni, come dire, avevano poco e mettevano da parte. Poi sono arrivati i nostri padri che avevano molto e hanno pensato di consumare anche quello di chi veniva dopo, lasciando decisionalmente un debito pubblico elevatissimo. E noi abbiamo pensato di continuare gioiosamente sulla loro strada. Quindi abbiamo un tasso di risparmio relativamente basso, un tasso di investimento
inesistente.
Cioè, perché uno dice, perché la Cina cresce? Ragazzi, hanno un tasso di risparmio e investimento che è il triplo del nostro. Cioè, tu cresci in funzione degli investimenti che hai fatto tra i 5 e i 10 anni precedenti. Allora, se tu non hai investito per 20 anni, poi per 20 anni non cresci.
Però un bel articolo che ho letto oggi in viaggio sul dorso del Foglio, che secondo me è un ottimo giornale, il dorso di sabato e domenica, te lo do sul debito pubblico, su tutti i collegamenti, tra l'altro di Roberto Cingolani, di Stefano Cingolani.
Sì, ce l'ho, me l'ha mandato, ce l'ha questa WhatsApp.
Ah sì? Ah beh, allora, lei belle. Conosci Cerasa?
Sì, perché siamo dentro alcune...
Ma io trovo che ha una penna brillantissima.
Sì.
Siccome io dirigo Euractiv Italia, che è una testata giornalistica online che il nostro media partner per questo progetto, e ci sono alcune chat dove ci sono, non so, un po' di giornalisti, di persone, quindi intanto ci si scambia cose.
La verità è che a noi probabilmente della generazione, che sono del 70, tu più o meno pure, penso. Il limite anche nostro è che ci iniziano a mancare comunque strumenti per decifrare il mondo o per cogliere diciamo, le sollecitazioni, perché noi adoperiamo ancora il linguaggio e il linguaggio è diventato desueto in gran parte. Cioè, la tecnica espositiva del linguaggio è diventata desueta sostanzialmente.
Senza ci fare poco.
È come se a un certo punto tu decidi di mettere da parte un tipo di numerazione per dire che passano dai geroglifici, cioè noi adoperiamo uno strumento comunicativo che quindi dovrebbe rimandare al cervello da determinati, perché io dico sempre che i soldati sono andati a morire in guerra perché c'era qualcuno che con le parole li motivava, perché quando tu sei in prima fila e dicono aprite il fuoco, diciamo in termini probabilistici che i dati sono bassissimi. Però c'è qualcuno che passava col cavallo, si chiama Napoleone, Giulio Cesare, o altro, e ti diceva, voi non sapete, partecipate, queste parole oggi cadono nel vuoto.
Questa cosa è legata anche a quello che diceva Enrico sull'economia, cioè il valore della vita umana fino al XX secolo, al XX secolo, era molto basso. Cioè, è la ragione per cui esisteva il duello, cioè uno ti diceva sei uno stronzo e quelli ti davano fuori la pistola
autorizzato
giorosamente. Cioè era perché il valore della vita umana era basso. Cioè, oggi la gente fa una bella vita, il valore della vita umana è elevatissimo perché te vai a rinunciare a un sacco di cose meravigliose. E allora, come dire, questa cosa è il motivo per cui non c'è più la leva, c'è l'esercito professionisti, perché se tu oggi facessi la leva diserterebbero tutti nel momento della guerra. Peraltro, vi ricordo anche in passato, perché poi anche lì c'erano delle differenze, cioè in prima linea ci mandava sempre gli stessi. La prima guerra mondiale, è ovvio, no?
17-18 anni.
No,
quelli di buona famiglia difficilmente.
La brigata Sassari, c'è da dire che si è coperta di gloria nella prima guerra mondiale, è stata ricostituita 3 volte, perché venivano sempre mandati in prima linea e morivano tutti, erano ricostituita la prima volta, continuavano a mandare sempre loro in prima linea. A un certo punto la brigata Sassari ha detto adesso ci mandate qualcun altro in prima linea, e li hanno fucilati tutti. Cioè l'esercito italiano ha fucilato in blocco quella che era la brigata che aveva avuto più morti fino a quel momento della guerra, perché nel Regno d'Italia cazzo. E quindi, per cui non era tanto l'elemento motivazionale, che di più, come dire, prima di mettere in prima linea, li riempivano di grappa.
I congrui quantitativi ma non solo, anche sostanze le prime sostanze psicotrope,
quindi,
diciamo,
lo Stato nazionale ha sempre utilizzato mezzi diversi dalla retorica per convincere ad andare prima di
però secondo me c'è anche un tema che riguarda le classi dirigenti, perché se tu guardi c'è i libri bianchi, i libri verdi degli anni 90, della commissione degli anni 90, ma tu vedi la capacità di analisi. Lui diceva giustamente che guarda che io ho capito tutto, cioè in tempo reale questo, se tu rileggi oggi 30 anni dopo quello che diceva la Commissione europea, solo che lì avevi un personale politico, avevi delle espressioni di partiti strutturati che ti davano delle linee guida. Oggi basterebbe riprendere forse quella roba lì.
Non è che oggi non c'è il problema, è che lo stesso fatto che aveva loro. Noi abbiamo realizzato il piano Delors 40 anni dopo, con la pandemia. Perché quando il piano Delors cosa ti diceva? Bisognava fare la transizione verde, puntare su detassato,
la formazione permanente,
e investire sulle nuove tecnologie.
Esatto.
Quella che oggi chiama transizione digitale. Il problema qual è stato? Che all'epoca il bilancio dell'Unione era 0,7% del PIL, bisognava aumentarlo e gli Stati membri non hanno voluto aumentarlo, quindi il piano Delors è rimasto gigante del cassetto. Dopodiché che è successo? Quando c'è la pandemia, la Commissione europea tira fuori il Next Generation EU e che cos'è che ci vuole? È il piano Delors. Però tu vedi la grandezza. Il problema è che Delors aveva capito 30 anni prima, cioè noi stiamo facendo adesso le robe vecchie di 20 anni. Bisognerebbe che ci fosse,
Ma il problema
bisognerebbe
è
che ci fosse
i risultati non ci
è
saranno.
istituzionale. Allora, alla Commissione europea, che serviva quella roba lì, tra l'altro 30 anni fa, che hanno continuato a dire per 30 anni, però gli Stati membri che non davano le risorse per realizzarlo. Allora, il problema qual è oggi? È la stessa cosa. Cioè, come l'Unione Europea è il problema di che se tu hai un problema, cerchi di risolverlo con gli strumenti che hai a tua disposizione. Se il livello del problema è più alto, tu comunque cerchi di risolverlo quindi non ti poni mai a livello giusto per capire che cavolo devi fare rispetto a quel problema. Gli Stati membri, cioè, rispetto ai grandi problemi oggi, che sia la transizione ecologica, digitale o la difesa, che sono tutta roba su cui gli Stati nazionali non toccano palla, sono troppo piccoli, quindi questi è il dibattito che viene in Italia. Cioè, in Italia noi stiamo discutendo di San Giuliano. Cioè,
Sì,
ragazzi, io ho fatto ieri una battuta nella chat con i giornalisti, no? Cioè, tutti discutono storia di San Giuliano, che palle, tutto questo casino su San Giuliano, capisco il gossip, l'estate, però quando la Meloni ha fatto il video al 31 di agosto con il ministro degli esteri, il ministro della finanza Giorgetti, dicendo non credete alle costituzioni giornalistiche sulla legge di bilancio perché tanto niente può essere vero perché non abbiamo ancora iniziato a lavorare sulla legge di bilancio. Allora, su quello bisogna fare la gran cassa, ma come cazzo è possibile che a 20 giorni dalla scadenza la presentazione di un piano settennale di risanamento in base al quale te dovresti fare la legge di bilancio, noi non ci abbiamo ancora messo mano. Cioè questa è la roba su cui tu devi fare la gran cassa tutte le prime pagine dicendo invece cosa hanno fatto? Hanno fatto la Meloni smentisce Repubblica. Cioè, ma siamo fuori dalla grazia di Dio. Cioè, è completamente forte. Cioè,
non è da escludere che abbiano tirato fuori il caso San Giuliano.
Anche per annacquare.
Siamo
anche perché come fai a mettere in certe queste cose se qualcuno ti compra le spalle?
Ma se tu pensi che questi hanno approvato il patto di stabilità e crescita ad aprile, il governo ha negoziato, l'ha votato, eccetera. Quindi questi da aprile sapevano che il 20 di settembre devono presentare un piano settennale di risanamento con gli investimenti, le riforme e tutto quanto. Avevi 6 mesi per fare le consultazioni, devi andare sulla prossima legislatura, quindi devi anche il prossimo governo, cioè dovresti fare consultazioni con le parti sociali, i sindacati, le cose, per fare un piano di paese, no? Eccetera. Questi per 4 mesi non fanno niente, non si può, era come dire, stava facendo giusto le meditate vacanze a masseria per poi dire che qualunque costruzione di bilancio non è vero che non hanno ancora fatto niente.
Peggio sono.
Cioè,
se non fosse vero.
E nessuno dice no, cioè, perché per me, se sai, ci fosse l'opposizione che mi salta addosso per questo, non ha detto mezza parola, sono tutti su San Giuliano.
Vabbè, San Giuliano.
Come dire,
Così
io faccio i giornali, il lo faccio su San Giuliano, lo faccio ma l'opposizione
abbiamo le nostre responsabilità però del sistema mediatico, certo di classe dirigente, ma
l'opposizione, perché se l'opposizione cavalcava, il giornale ci andava dietro l'opposizione, ma se l'opposizione non dice niente, cioè il giornale che rimane sulle cose. Prego.
Dove abiti?
Sì, per l'ecologia.
Comunque complimenti con un approccio
No, è
un approccio molto diciamo con di esperienza delle questioni, di dare i contenuti ben strutturati, ottime slides. Complimenti.
Grazie. Bene. Grazie.
Molto brava, assolutamente. Poi tra l'altro accettare anche.
È come la commissione c'è un sacco di gente da vaccino. Il problema è che poi noi dovremmo fare questo, il problema è che non abbiamo le competenze, i poteri e i risorsi. Cioè, ma noi è bellissimo perché questa cosa qui te la vedi anche le classi dirigenti in un altro modo. Ci sono le elezioni di anche noi in Italia. Qua alle europee ci sono le preferenze. I parlamentari europei che erano forti nel loro partito si sono fatti candidare quelli che loro invece avevano bloccato. Quindi
sì, ma ci sono vari
con questo diluvio E allora che succede? Quindi che tu hai avuto dei parlamentari europei che sono venuti nel Parlamento nazionale. Alcuni non hanno mai stato parlamentari nazionali, no? Quindi arrivano al Parlamento nazionale e ma perché ti sei spostato male? Perché sai, nel 2024 devi fare, mi sei un sacco di soldi a campagna elettorale, non sai se viene eletto, eccetera. Mi hanno offerto di fare capolista, no, alla Camera,
senza fare
no,
un
cioè,
minuto
non
di
devo,
campagna
non devo fare, cioè,
elettorale,
no, il
nominato.
posto sicuro, no? No, cioè, ok, dopo, contenta te. Dopodiché passano i mesi, chiamano, che palle, sti partiti, Parlamento italiano, non tocca palla su nulla. E che ne accorgi adesso? Ma io ero abituata che lavoravamo sui dossier legislativi, le cose, eccetera. Qui, cioè, tutti mi guardano come un marziano, nessuno fa niente, non tocchiamo parlare sulla legislativa. Ma
L'iniziativa parlamentare,
non c'è una legge, non c'è neanche il calendario dei lavori. Non c'è una legge di iniziativa parlamentare, una. No, è buffissimo perché se tu vai sul sito della Camera del Senato, hanno il calendario settimanale. E loro ti dicono cosa fanno questa settimana, no? E perché tanto si sa che il lunedì e il martedì c'è mai. Il venerdì nemmeno, quindi cioè, ci può essere qualcosa il martedì pomeriggio, il mercoledì, il giovedì, proprio,
Giovedì la mattina però, perché poi già il pomeriggio.
no? Allora, a meno che non c'è da convertire qualche decreto legge che va per forza la seduta notturna per la finanziaria, eccetera. Allora, no? Questo è un metodo del Parlamento europeo che c'è il calendario. Il Parlamento europeo tu sai che tutto l'anno che il lunedì mattina te viaggi per andare a Bruxelles e il lunedì pomeriggio sarai le riunioni dei gruppi perché devi metterti d'accordo a livello di gruppo nazionale sulla posizione che terrà in commissione. Martedì c'è il lavoro delle commissioni, no? E tu c'hai intermezzati commissioni, gruppi, quindi plenarie, tranne le sessioni a Strasburgo, non c'è la plenaria, qui voti. A parte all'inizio che c'hanno i discorsi del turno, della commissione, eccetera, per cui il resto voti su quello di votare, no? E quindi tu sai che al Parlamento europeo tu hai lunedì viaggi, dal lunedì pomeriggio al venerdì mattina lavori, il venerdì pomeriggio te ne torni a casa per il weekend. Ed è così. E tu dal lunedì pomeriggio al venerdì mattina lavori. No? Cioè, e sono quelli. E tranne che ogni 6 settimane, ogni 7 settimane c'è la settimana verde per fare il lavoro no, di raccordo con i cittadini in acqua costituency, quindi non devi andare a seconda Bruxelles, devi fare l'attività e devi fare l'attività sul territorio. Quindi c'hai 6 settimane verdi l'anno, che di solito sono Natale, Pasqua e poi agosto e altre 2. Ok. Ragazzi, più 2 per belli di attività in periodi in cui non c'hai Natale, Pasqua. Allora, lavoro. In più, col fatto che la Commissione non ti può chiedere la fiducia sugli atti legislativi, ci stai sul pezzo sul dossier legislativo, perché poi gli emendamenti sono quelli che poi incidono. Cioè in Italia, perché un parlamentare si può fare gli emendamenti quando sa che tanto poi arriva il maxi emendamento e fiducia del governo? Cioè, stai facendo un lavoro che sai completamente
il governo ti spiega il contrario.
No, vabbè, in realtà lo sei scambiato prima, che sei un po', no?
Sì, però alla fine il governo, cioè, tanto alla fine quello che
A
passa è
parte
il
che
maxi emendamento finale.
usando l'emendamento,
Quindi è una situazione.
però siamo sempre là, ci vengono a mancare secondo me gli strumenti comunicativi. Perché abbiamo aumentato apparentemente l'informazione, abbiamo ridotto però la conoscenza. Teoricamente tu hai accesso agli atti parlamentari, però di fatto non decidi più, diventa tutto assolutamente multiforme. Per cui non hai fatto un grande vantaggio. Cioè, prima non so, era un grande risultato dire faccio l'acquisto online di qualche cosa. Oggi c'è tutto online, ma non sai più cosa scegli. Perché non hai perso quell'allenamento. Così teoricamente c'è tutto online tra amministrazione più o meno, non sai andare a leggere.
Però vabbè, tu parli di un sistema che è virtuoso per come è organizzato e anche per quelli che sono i suoi protagonisti. Voglio dire, la settimana è chiara, c'è un rapporto con i gruppi transnazionali, quindi vuol dire che c'è tanto un sistema elettorale di preferenze. un sistema è sano, dove la gente
Questo è
deve...
l'Italia.
No, Europa, no?
No, è il paese.
No, va bene, però dico, facciamo il caso che tu parlavi di parlamentare italiano che ti chiama, cioè, questo è virtuoso perché qui dato si deve smazzare una cosa. E poi perché comunque forse c'è anche l'afferenza a un partito, anche l'aspetto del partito, rappresentare un partito sul territorio per prendere i voti è un elemento virtuoso. C'è l'Italia dove tu c'hai tutti i nominati, dove il Parlamento è completamente allora a quel punto tu capisci che è proprio la base non è virtuosa, quindi ha un modello che già di base più virtuoso,
però per quello che si parla europeo, in Italia la differenza in Germania e Spagna è la lista bloccata.
Certo, cioè ogni sistema, ogni paese, certo.
Ed è interessante perché sono paesi che hanno la lista bloccata sulle europee e ce l'hanno a livello di Länder in Germania e a livello nazionale in Spagna. In Spagna è una lista unica, per esempio, mentre sulle elezioni nazionali hanno delle schede elettorali diverse, perché in Germania c'è metà eletti con sistema maggioritario.
Sì, guarda, il punto è che in Italia il sistema, tra virgolette, rispetto all'Europa, è reso virtuoso dal fatto che tu hai delle persone che si devono sbattere per prendere le preferenze. In alcuni paesi non è così nel resto dell'Europa, però tu hai partiti. Cioè nel resto dell'Europa tu hai partiti. In Italia non abbiamo partiti. Sistema dell'amico. Ed è stato quella roba che è successa nel 92-94, è stata una disgrazia per l'Italia.
Noi abbiamo considerato
Noi siamo venuti via il bambino con l'acqua sporsa. Naturalmente c'era evidentemente una crisi, no, del sistema, è ovvio, non è che uno dice l'ingerenza della politica, è chiaro che era diventato insostenibile un sistema, però attenzione perché col furore di popolo e con il popolo letteralmente di fax che dicevano dai, ripiedate, andate, distruggete, poi il risultato è questa roba qua.
Era lo stesso popolo che prendeva un vantaggio alle volte, quindi sì. Allora, questo è il
Non c'è
risultato.
mai sufficiente autocritica in questa roba.
No, ma poi
perché non c'è obiettività su
Il
questa roba.
sistema elettorale con le preferenze in Italia non è virtuoso. Se tu vai perché hai circoscrizioni grandi, questo crea un incentivo enorme a candidare persone famose, perché noi abbiamo storicamente mandato nani, ballerine, cantanti, attori, astronauti,
però secondo me il sistema quelle proporzionali, quelle preferenze in collegi naturalmente più piccoli, cioè, è quello che sarebbe virtuoso. Il proporzionale è il sistema per esprimere culture politiche.
Quello sì, però noi col sistema che abbiamo in Italia, con delle cose così grandi, cioè, se c'è stato un periodo in cui tu guardavi qual era il mezzo busto del TG1 ed era il prossimo capolista all'europeo della sinistra. Roberto Badaloni, che era il mezzo busto del TG1,
Presidente della regione.
sì, prima ha fatto parlamentare europeo e poi dopo è tornato a parlamentare della regione Lazio. Lili Gruber, che era il mezzo busto del TG1,
la Zenchi,
no, ma e poi abbiamo avuto, no,
Tarrazzo,
abbiamo avuto Sassoli,
grande
periodo avanti,
ma lui è stato là.
Però è un esempio. No, tu è stato bravissimo, io dico che sono scarsi, io dico che però, cioè, quelli per ritirare fuori i voti, come metodo per prendere no, i voti, tu candidavi il mezzo gusto di digiuno, poi se poi dopo diventava un parlamentare bravissimo come Sassoli, nel senso, noi abbiamo avuto Santoro che è candidato alle europee, è stato eletto, è stato un anno, perché da qui non posso attaccare Berlusconi, no? Non si parla solo di cose serie. Sì, è andato subito, perché lui gli interessava solo tutta attaccare Berlusconi, no? Cioè, ma questa roba qui, quindi noi abbiamo cambiato la Zanicchi, cioè, abbiamo avuto di tutti di parlamentari europei, famosi, cioè, pur che sia,
Ma lo stesso scherzo.
Montesano, Gino Paoli,
Montesano pure non me lo
sì,
ricordo.
Montesano, quel PDS, anche Gino Paoli.
Ma dici che dico Montesano adesso?
Ma qui bisogna prendere le preferenze. Quindi, cioè, il sistema in Italia, secondo me, il sistema elettorale europeo non è per niente virtuoso. Ha prodotto una selezione che sono... Cioè, noi abbiamo avuto un cambio quando, paradossalmente, però quando Renzi fusava il PD, dice no, noi ci mettiamo 5 donne e prende 5 donne giovani, no, del PD,
della Picerno,
la Picerno,
di Padova,
allora, e lì, come dire, c'è avuto il cambio di classe dirigente mettendoci giovani, donne, eccetera, che prima non c'era nessuna speranza, che nel messo capolista è l'unico modo per restituire queste regole. fino a quel momento nessun partito ha mai fatto una scelta di mettere Roma, di donne, eccetera, una roba che fu anche la volta che non era capolista, ma entrò Di Fede, che era ligure, che per un ligure è sempre una circoscrizione nord-ovest, cioè in partenza hai l'1% di possibilità, perché tra i Lombardi e i Piemontesi, i Liguri e i Valdostani, che proprio non escono mai.
È come nella Sardegna che ha quel padrone non ce la fa.
La Sardegna con la Sicilia è un'altra roba.
Non ce la fa quasi mai.
Si reggono solo siciliani.
Tutto al più uno.
Ma questo perché i sardi sono stupidi. Perché il problema è che loro fanno una battaglia per avere i loro candidati. Invece loro fanno una battaglia per non avere candidati. Tu dovresti avere in ogni partito un unico candidato sardo. Non 2 o 3. Che i voti sardi li disperdi tra 2 o 3 sardi in lista. Metti solo uno. No, non è stato nessuno, però c'erano i candidati. E io per mettersi d'accordo. Noi quando in Sardegna sentivo che cioè, se voi invece di fare la battaglia dentro il partito per avere più candidati sardi possibile, faceste la battaglia per avere uno solo. Allora, tutti i voti sardi di quel partito si concentrano su quell'unico candidato, allora lo eleggete. Te la giochi. Se tu metti 3 sardi in lista e i voti della Sardegna, che sono
chiaramente un siciliano,
un sesto dei siciliani, se te i tuoi te li disperdi su 3, loro se li disperdono su 5, sono 6 volte tanto, mi si
Noi quest'anno siamo riusciti ad appianare tutte le difficoltà, perché abbiamo recuperato Luca Orlando che è arrivato con 15.000 voti in una casta. Abbiamo riacciuppato l'assessore al bilancio della regione, cioè è stata una panacea quest'anno. Ho messo d'accordo tutti. Certo.
E comunque l'utilizzazione è la grande sfida.
Ah certo, ma infatti i cinesi ci mettono moltissimo. Non come noi, scusami, l'articolo 126 del Trattato dell'Unione Europea, cosa dice? No, creare lo spazio, l'educazione allo spazio europeo. Sì. Ce ne foto, no, lo spazio, però la competenza però è se tu vuoi fare d'accordo, lo spazio nel senso che tu finanzi le mobilità e lo spazio, esatto. Però sulle priorità educative, le cose di competenza nazionale, poi spazio cioè, lo spazio, ma gli stati nazionali neanche ci hanno fatto, cioè, giusto all'inizio la riforma che è stata fatta anche dalla sua, tutte le buone intenzioni di Berlinguer andavano in quella direzione, lì c'era proprio, sai, a parte la stagione ce lo chiede l'Europa, ma c'era proprio lo stimolo di andare in quella direzione lì, non devi tante cose, e se tu guardi fra gli anni che sono passati, magari Berlinguer era uno, cioè Berlinguer è stato il più grande, cioè, sta parlando di tempo, 96, in un periodo in cui c'era Prodi, che era uno che la visione c'aveva, cioè c'è anche adesso che ha 85 anni, no, come dire, tra l'altro la propria educazione, una delle proposte che Prodi porta avanti in questi anni, anche se non nessuno se lo fila, è quella dell'università mediterranea, cioè di fare le università con doppia sede, una alla sponda sud e una alla sponda nord, con l'obbligo di avere docenti, studenti, eccetera, al 50%, però finanziati al 90% dalla sponda nord, dall'Europa, per creare, come dire, no? Le condizioni per l'integrazione, ma anche per la pacificazione, la democrazia, eccetera, in quell'area.
E c'era stato un momento in cui questa idea aveva cambiato.
No, c'è questa cosa qui, però appunto, no? Cioè, dice, per una situazione con una polveria, cosa fai? Devi riuscire a fare studiare tutti assieme, devi riuscire a farli conoscere, riuscire, no?
Algeri,
allora, no, tutte queste, però appunto, però di uno che non ce l'ha,
che intenzioni hanno
Tutti gli altri, il problema
non è fatto. Poi, perché il problema è che la Commissione ha potere di proposta, ma non di decisione, poi sugli stati. È che quello che è divertente, questa legislatura come va, è che finora gli stati erano abbastanza forti da poter bloccare le regioni. Sì, mi sembra io prima. Ci mettiamo di ricordo. Allora, no? Cioè, finora gli stati erano abbastanza forti da poter bloccare e avevi una convergenza per poter fare un passo avanti. Cioè dell'oro è riuscito a fare la moneta unica grazie al fatto che c'ha con le Mediterraneo. Cioè è riuscito grazie alla forza degli stati. Oggi siamo in una situazione opposta, cioè gli stati sono tutti talmente deboli che non è più detto che abbia la forza di bloccare le cose.
Io sono anche di più questa, prima erano poche,
Sì, però è anche vero che adesso chissà sono tutti deboli.
non è uno su 27.
No, però è anche vero che sono deboli. Cioè, in Germania c'hai il governo più debole, in Francia come dire, non hai il governo. In Spagna c'hai una maggioranza che è attaccata con lo scudo, c'è una maggioranza di due secessionisti si possono accoltellare.
Ovunque è uno estensionismo alle stelle.
Non c'hai un governo forte, il governo che sembra più forte è quello italiano, che è una barzelletta, in più l'Italia, l'Unione Europea tiene l'Italia alle palle, col debito pubblico che abbiamo, cioè, non è che l'Italia mettesse a fare la guerra, ecco, questa è la cosa che l'Italia ha imparato nella scorsa legislatura, 2018 nazionale, 2018-2020, che non puoi governare contro l'Europa. Cioè quando ci provi, il governo Conte 1, vai contro il muro, è finita. Cioè, noi siamo un paese troppo debole, senza l'Unione Europea va a fondo. Quindi, se questo
l'ha capito subito.
lei l'ha capito subito questo. Però,
Tant'è vero, diciamo mettendo qui.
sì, questo è vero. Però era drammatica la cosa sempre all'inizio degli italiani.
No, io non ti voto, no? Però io
Non lo dico cosa vuole.
Io poi dico Ursula, guarda, bravissima, e adesso hanno finito, vedi che vai alla grande.
10 voti te ne abbiamo dato, non potevamo dirlo perché se no
Sembra che sono cose con italiani.
allora abbiamo assunto la responsabilità. Tu hai un governo potente, cioè San Giuliano loro visiva.
Lo vigila forse ancora per poco.
No? Mi ricordo il famoso, non so se nel 94 quando Berlusconi vinse, l'ha visto benissimo.
No.
Intervistavano Benigno per le elezioni, dice no, io non capo non so niente, non voglio lasciare la dichiarazione, non ho detto no, non c'ero. Berlusconi ha vinto le elezioni, non lo primo ministro, e lui fa sì, Berlusconi premier e magari Ferrara ministro, che era appunto il ministro delle riforme istituzionali. No, così. Cioè, avevamo crediti alla difesa. Ma abbiamo avuto Mastella alla giustizia. Questa è la differenza quando io dico il Parlamento europeo non conta. Il Parlamento europeo è commissario prima di smanzare.
Il campamento che ha ricevuto ha detto le stronzate,
Ha detto che
poverino, ha detto quello che era, perché poi è stato anche sincero, perché lui ha detto quello che sinceramente pensava.
Gli omosessuali vanno curati.
Il Parlamento europeo ha detto, guarda, ma noi rispettiamo, però non sono, come dire, in linea con quello che è
non ha fatto il commissario ai diritti umani, pensava che gli omosessuali vanno curati.
È una roba che questo ha senso, perché
Però in Italia il Parlamento lo può fare, il governo gli arriva in blocco, tu hai messo il più grande cretino della storia dell'umanità, ma non puoi fare niente. No? Per cui, quando noi abbiamo avuto a volte delle figure in posizione veramente. Certo, è fantastico Di Maio ad essere, perché Di Maio è stato il ministro degli esteri più amato alla Farnesina di tutti, perché dopo i primi 15 giorni, in cui ha fatto 15 draft al giorno, ha capito che era meglio smetterla e lasciava fare lui, dopo le prime 2 settimane, lui ha sempre letto rigidamente tutto quello che lo Stato e la Farnesina diceva. Cioè, quindi dopo le prime 2 settimane in cui ha fatto tutte le cose possibili, c'aveva Xi Jinping che arrivava, l'ha chiamato il signor Ping, e quelle robe lì, veramente le cose che, no, e quelli della Farnesina disperatissimi, eccetera. Dopo 2 settimane che ha fatto tutte le figure di merda che poteva fare, poi basta, mi affilo a voi, ed è stato amatissimo la famiglia, non c'è stato un ministro degli esteri più amato di lui, erano contenti, non faceva niente. Gli dicevano, fai così, leggi questo, lui dici no, fantastico. Quindi Di Maio, da questo punto di vista, è incredibile, che dopo 2 settimane era. Al Farnesino davano dei Michelis. De Michelis ogni settimana usciva con un'idea.
Beh, lui c'aveva dei due, sai, quella roba sull'Europa, no, del legge, del progetto della Jugoslavia, un pezzo dell'Austria, l'idea però lui era radicale,
Lui,
c'era la
esatto.
visione, lui era politica, era
Certo.
della politica,
Certo.
che rompe le balle,
Esatto,
ma infatti però
lui ogni due settimane tirava fuori una nuova visione della fase della risoluzione della Jugoslavia. Cioè, lui diceva no, bisogna recuperare facendo appunto il problema è che lui aveva la visione una specie di unione economica, no? Però poi come dire, non aveva la costanza, perché poi era una visione poi dopo avevi perseguire con costanza per 10 anni per realizzare. Lui, come dire, ogni 3 settimane tirava fuori un nuovo grande progetto e chiedeva a tutti quanti di cambiare linea di idee e non è che possiamo, no? Cioè, ogni 3 settimane tirare fuori un nuovo pet project del ministro su cui dovremmo lavorare già per 10 anni e poi dopo 2 mesi lui tanto cambia idea, no? Cioè, questa roba qui, perché poi la visione, la politica, sì, però poi devi, cioè, nella costanza
fare due estremi opposti, che puoi fare
ho fatto le due esempi di Mario e di Cage perché
non puoi essere al servizio, però non puoi anche fare il fenomeno.
Non ce li ricordiamo.
no, abbiamo avuto per decenni Andreotti.
Una bocca d'aria.
Andreotti, l'equilibrio, la visione che però aveva, insomma.
Sì, ma Andreotti sempre dire che lui era contrario all'unificazione della Germania.
Non ho capito.
Allora, lui era contrario dal punto di vista dell'idea di equilibrio legato a una vecchia logica, una visione, no? A est, proprio perché lui considerava
No, non ci ho fatto così.
un modello che era dall'altra parte, però voleva avere dei rapporti per garantire l'equilibrio, quindi un tacito interesse, una politica, se vuoi, anche legata agli interessi di una potenza come l'Italia, che non è potenza, cioè non potesse fare le grandi però
No, io no, grazie. Arrivederci. No, non credo. Mi spiace. Grazie, arrivederci.
Esiste 2 aree che dobbiamo avere un ottimo rapporto con tutti e dobbiamo, è una realtà, eccetera. Io dicevano che piace di tanto la Germania,
Certo. E non era l'unico.
Con un mondo che stava cambiando, dice cavolo, però va bene un po' più, però lui diceva una logica di apertura, poi lui era moltissimo la parte di prendere in Polonia, gli danno la Nobis Causa.
Era un uomo della seconda guerra mondiale.
Esatto, era un uomo del sua...
Che usciva. Oggi non sarebbe.
No.
Perché era gli Austria, quelli erano ancora epiloghi degli altri.
Quello di Andreotti non era solo, cioè quando si prospetta l'unificazione tedesca, Mitterrand vuole a Mosca che la guarda sul bloccare l'unificazione. Andreotti dice che le Germania la generazione preferisce averne 2 e la Thatcher convoca il gabinetto di guerra segreto in Inghilterra, dice che dobbiamo fare un nuovo trattato di cooperazione militare con la Francia che era tedesca. No? Questi erano i migliori amici della Germania, i partner europei, eccetera. L'unico problema è che nessuno di questi era il potere di bloccare l'unificazione tedesca, vanno dagli Stati Uniti che dividono Pernacchione e quindi George Bush sembra non ha nessuna voglia, questa cosa si Gorbaciov dice all'interno che lui i carri armati a Berlino non ce li manda e quindi però lì vogliamo del mare. Quindi l'accordo è, vabbè, voi verificate però sudate il nato. Non facciamo in vantaggio. E lì il problema è che la visione è mancata all'interno. Perché lì poi rilancia, c'è che però facciamo anche un'integrazione politica. Infatti a Roma nel 90 si aprono 2 conferenze internazionali, una sull'unione economica monetaria e una sull'unione politica. Cioè questa poi c'è quella sull'unione monetaria, funziona, porta all'unione monetaria, che però sull'unione politica si può dire che ha la politica è spesa comune, ma non è dato nessun potere, nessuna mettere un cingolare, eccetera. E lì Paul lo può fare anche per l'economia. E chi non accetta è avanti, che non vuole c'è la sovranità fiscale che non c'è. Quindi il risultato è che ci siamo beccati 40 anni di non avere la sovranità fiscale nazionale perché aveva i parametri e poi il patto, e non avere la sovranità fiscale europeo perché non aveva la sovranità
È rimasta una situazione di mezzo.
anche che so che però non niente. Cioè, perché noi siamo il peggiore del mondo possibile, non c'è la sovranità fiscale a livello nazionale, c'è a livello europeo. Perché poi la gente non dice, ma perché questo parziale di Eurobond, ma fare il debito nazionale, l'Europa non è uguale. No, non è uguale. Perché se tu vai a vedere a livello europeo, la somma dei debiti degli Stati membri europei, in assoluto il percentuale del PIL, è più bassa della somma dei debiti degli Stati membri degli Stati Uniti. Solo che poi gli Stati Uniti hanno il debito del governo federale, che è il più grande debito pubblico del mondo. Mentre noi a livello federale il debito pubblico abbiamo adesso quello del Next Generation EU. Cioè, muscolini. No? Allora, se tu fai il debito pubblico europeo, no? Vabbè, vai sempre a tripla A, perché nel confronto con l'altra grande economia del mondo, quindi in più noi siamo un centro di risparmio, mentre gli Stati Uniti no. E il problema, come ha messo in evidenza il rapporto di Madrid sul mercato unico, è che noi siamo un centro di risparmio e i soldi che risparmiamo rimangono meglio. No, perché poi quando si dice per finanziare la doppia transizione, eccetera, servirebbero 600 miliardi in più al mondo. No, benissimo. Allora, fai il mercato unico del capitale, come si chiama in diritto, il mercato unico del risparmio e investimento per rendere più attrattivo, no? E non mandare più 300 miliardi l'anno in America, e già di quei 600 miliardi sono rimasti 300, per esempio dell'Europa. Poi c'era vecchio rapporto della Commissione di Juncker, l'ultima cosa che ha fatto quando prima di andare via di radice, che c'è il rapporto sull'unione fiscale. Cioè, se noi mettessimo una volta maggioranza qualificata, no, e durante la legislatura facessimo unione fiscale, no, a tappe, alla fine del percorso noi avremmo un gettito fiscale aggiuntivo all'anno di 292 miliardi. Solo perché hai fatto l'armonizzazione fiscale, cioè adesso hai fatto concorrenza armonizzando alla media dei sistemi, cioè solo perché hai smesso di farti la concorrenza, quindi tutti vanno nel posto, tutti vanno là, eccetera, per pagare meno. Cioè, quindi senza fare niente, forse 292 miliardi in più di gettito all'anno, più i 300 di prima e siamo già a 592. Abbiamo coperto il fabbisogno. Cioè, non è che... Cioè, perché il problema, quando si dice l'euro non capisce l'euro, è che poi si dice, preferisci pagare l'energia al doppio, tenendo la fase nazionale, o preferisci pagare la metà spostando la conferenza dell'europeo? Non è questo, la gente lo capisce. Cioè, preferisci che il tuo risparmio vada in America o che aiuti l'economia e il tuo figlio? Non è vero che ci sono capisci. Non è che nessuno glielo mette, glielo mette nei termini giusti.
No, basta poco, non spiegare.
Cioè, come sulla difesa? Sì, cioè, preferisci goderti la difesa nazionale e spendi 45 milioni americani per capire le luci, o quindi generale Mannacci, oppure preferisci, no? Cioè, le scelte si fermano.
Come ha detto Rosetto, farà meglio.
E poi forse un militare di gruppo, forse un sottufficiale ce l'aveva, non lo devo fare, lui era generale, nemmeno appunto un ufficiale inferiore, in generale.
Non so, ma era anche, cioè, ha avuto anche dei carichi importanti.
Sì.
Però, buffissimo. La cosa incredibile è che, se tu pensi che so, a Camporini, no?
Sì.
E tu pensi a Vanacci, che cazzo hanno fatto a fare arrivare Vanacci?
Sì.
Vabbè, l'Accademia Militare di Modena, il corso fatto 30 anni fa, comandano sempre i risultati del corso. Cioè,
diventi generale, io ho fatto l'aeronautica, diventavi generale di squadra aerea già quando eri sottotenente. Cioè
Che eri
sapevi,
già destinato.
nel senso che se eri primo del corso, io chiaramente l'ho fatto di complemento, con tutt'altre cose.
Sì, sì.
Però poi incontravo quelli di carriera. Se tu eri primo del corso che si chiamava, fai conto, Vega, perché ogni corso, inevitabilmente il tuo posto era capo di Stato Maggiore, era solo una questione di tempo. Se poi nell'arco di questo tempo venivi fuori per quello che eri o ci diventavi, era difficile che il numero 2 te lo potesse impedire. Cioè non è che il generale Carabinieri, il capo di Stato Maggiore dei Carabinieri, che è uno che ha fatto benissimo durante la carriera, sicuramente non ha fatto malissimo.
Sì, certo, non deve aver fatto delle robe.
Chiaro? Però è una sorta di predestinato per una questione di progressione, perché diventa prima di tutti capitano, poi diventa maggiore, poi non lo puoi sbarrare, non è esattamente come per noi, ecco.
No, no, no.
Per cui non sei destinato a diventare lettore, anzi,
No, no.
tutta.
Aspettare che passi il tempo no, no, proprio sì. No, ma oggi deve essere sovvertito tutto perché tanto c'è stato un casino, mi sa che oggi è qualsiasi ora è un casino
Poi tra l'altro, di solito il ritorno faccio la Milano, a venire faccio l'autostrada, e il ritorno faccio la Milano, non voglio neanche proprio sfiorarla perché è giornata in serio, quindi non so che cosa ci sarà.
No, non è opportuno.
Sulla carta non è opportuno.
Sì, allora invece, Elion, allora, qui c'hai il PC per gestire, così che tu stai qui e in quell'altro facciamo parlare i relatori. Abbiamo solo un problema. Allora, Luca Barani doveva essere in presenza, ma a causa della pioggia e vari ritardi, no, dovrebbe arrivare, quindi vediamo. Allora, di Antonella Galletti, che deve arrivare all'ora di pranzo, arriverà alle 8 di sera, bisogna che leggiamo la cosa, e Sara Bertolli è online.
Allora iniziamo
Quindi-
con Sara Bertolli.
Quindi iniziamo con Sara Bertolli.
Prima, lei.
Allora. No.
Arriverà poi.
Luca, Sara Bertolli ha appena scritto che è nella waiting room.
No, Luca.
E Luca sì, ha scritto che arriva. Facciamo di razzegniamo Sara facendo. Ah, ok, io volevo dirti che inizieremo alle 9:30 e che sarai la prima, perché Luca Barani e Antonella Galletti, che devono essere in presenza, a causa del maltempo, sono entrambi in ritardo. Quindi Luca Barani dovrebbe arrivare dopo un po', mentre Antonella Galletti non arriverà proprio, cioè arriverà tipo all'ora di cena, ci ha mandato da leggere il Discord perché tanto dal treno non riesce a collegarsi, quindi un casino. Diciamo che il tempo così micidiale sta
Antonello.
Ok. Così funziona?
Sì.
Ok.
Possiamo iniziare da capo.
Sì, quindi no, ok.
So, due to bad weather conditions and to delays in the public transportation, Antonella Galletti, which is the professor of European Union Law and researcher at the Campus University of European Union Law, and she is also a member of editorial board of the online magazine Core Europa, will not present physically her presentation, and I will read her presentation instead of her. The Conference on the Future of Europe and Migration, reforming the Pact on Migration and Asylum and improving temporary protection for people fleeing the war in Ukraine. As well, we know one of the key points of the Conference on the Future of Europe contemplates the fundamental and priority theme of migration, and in particular, the reform of the Pact on Migration and Asylum and the temporary protection to people fleeing the war in Ukraine. Migration is a complex issue. The safety of people seeking international protection or a better life must be considered, as well as the concerns of countries that fear that migratory pressures will exceed their capacities. In this sense, the conference has made the following proposals. About legal migration, the conference has indicated 5 objectives. The first one, to launch a communication campaign at European level to make European citizens better aware of EURES, European Network of Employment Services, the European Immigration Portal, and the European Skills Profile Tool for third country nationals. Secondly, to establish a European body for migrants access to the EU labor market, or alternatively, expand the competencies of a European Network of Employment Services. Thirdly, to improve the functioning and implementation of the Blue Card Directive to attract the relevant qualification needed by the EU economy, considering the risk of brain drains. Fourthly, to combat inequalities in the working conditions. And lastly, to intensify efforts to inform and educate citizens of member states on migration and integration issues. Regarding irregular migration, the conference proposed the participation actively in the economic and social development of countries outside the European Union and from which there is a large influx of migrants, to ensure the protection of all external borders, improving the transparency and accountability of Frontex and strengthen its role, and adopt EU legislation to respond to the current challenges of irregular migration. To develop the EU measures to ensure the safety and health of all migrants and to increase, lastly, the Union's financial, logistical, and operational support for the management of first reception, including for local authorities, regional governments, and civil society organizations. For what regards the asylum and integration, the conference suggested that to revise the Dublin system to strengthen the minimum standards for the reception of asylum seekers under Directive 33 of 2013 through stronger legislative measures to strengthen and increase the financial and human resources, as well as the management capacities of the EU Agency for Asylum. And lastly, to ensure that asylum seekers with relevant qualification have access to the labor market across the Union. Having said this, let us see what the Union has done to follow up the proposals of the conference. The first one to take under consideration is reform of the Pact on Migration and Asylum. The Commission's new Pact on Migration and Asylum includes several legislative proposals as part of a comprehensive approach to migration. This aim is to provide cooperation with countries of origin and transit and ensure effective procedures, safe legal pathways, successful integration of migrants who have the right to stay in the EU, and the return of those who do not have. The Union also emphasizes the strengthening of external borders, including through the introduction of new information systems and the fight against migrant smuggling. Last April, the European Parliament approved the new Pact on Migration and Asylum. The 9 legislative acts that compose it aim to establish common rules to regulate the reception and the reallocation of asylum seekers, reforming the current system of management of migration policies, which has been under stress and divided between member states for several years. On June 12th, the European Commission adopted the Pact. The agreement will enter into force after the publication in the official journal of the EU, and the implementation can only begin in 2026. However, the approval of the Pact was accompanied by numerous protests by civil society organizations and subjected to harsh criticism both from the right and from the left parties. The former, including the Hungarian government, criticized the reform for not being tough enough and not enough to prevent illegal immigration in Europe. The latter define it as a final reform with unprecedented consequences on the right to asylum and human rights. In a joint statement, more than 160 civil society organizations had called on the Parliament, of the European Parliament, to vote against this pact. According to these criticisms, moreover, the expansion of the concept of the safe third country poses a real risk that people will be returned to countries such as Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, and Pakistan. It is difficult to say precisely what will happen in 2 years' time, whether the states are at the external borders with reception system already collapsing will have the capacity to implement border procedures, whether the solidarity between mechanism will be respected, or what will happen in the event of an emergency and the implementation of the special order. As many critics argue, it is also possible that the reform will aggravate the way down an already exhausted system, causing disastrous consequences for Europe and the member states. Another point concerning the issue of migration is that relating to the temporary protection of people fleeing the war in Ukraine. During the 2 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, more than 14 million people, almost a third of Ukraine's population, have left their homes. By virtue of continuing conflict between the Russian Federation and Ukraine, the volatility of the future mechanism that makes it end, as well as the outcome, unpredictable, and the growing number of the people fleeing war zones, the Council of the European Union, on a proposal from the Commission, considered that there were grounds to activate for the first time since its adoption 20 years ago, Directive 33/2001 on temporary protection. Council Decision 382 of 2022 entered into force on March 22. Temporary protection lasts 1 year and can be renewed for 6 months and then for a further 6 months, and exceptionally for another year at the request of the Commission, for a total of 3 years. However, protection may be terminated at any time by the Council decision and after the assessment of the possibility for safe and stable return to Ukraine. Dealing with the issue of migrations, of immigration means dealing with a profoundly complex phenomenon, which more than any other relates to the demographic, economic, social, and cultural aspects of a society. Connecting means precisely renouncing a national or European sectoral policy that confines and reduces the phenomenon to mere administrative management, but places within a strategy of security, rights, integration, and management of the role of the global player of the European Union, especially towards neighboring countries capable of relaunching the European project in a global world. A European immigration policy must not only be to find simple or rapid solution to the contingent problems that the pressure of immigration brings to the host society, but also to include that structural and inevitable phenomenon within a process of growth and development of society. In this perspective, this community policy must be linked to development, cooperation, security, and partnerity policies, especially with neighboring countries. So this was the address and the speech of Antonella Galetti, who was not possible to address physically due to.
She's arriving, but not in time.
She's arriving, not at the moment. Is online. Okay. So the next speaker is Sara Bertoli. She is the president of Young European Federalist Italy and member of CESU team, International Center for European and Global Governance, and she is dealing with the issue of digital transition, progress in the digital transition after the Conference for the Future of Europe proposal. Please, Sara, the floor is yours.
Excuse me, Ethan.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, indeed. I hope that the connection will stay stable because right now I'm in Ventotene, which is actually a very nice island with a very nice history, but the internet doesn't work that well and a storm just came up. So I hope that you can hear. I will mainly focus on the progress in digital transition after the Conference on the Future of Europe proposal. So I will start talking about the proposal elaborated within the Conference on the Future of Europe and the acts that the EU has made after, legislative acts that the EU has made after the citizens' initiative within the Conference on the Future of Europe. I have to say that as member of the Young European Federalists, we have participated also in the some consultation of the Conference on the Future of Europe, so it is very interesting for me to talk about it. Digital transition was for sure one of the pillars within the COFOE debate. It is crucial for the European Union as it allows strengthening economic competitiveness, fostering innovation, and improving the quality of life of citizens. Through digitalization, the EU aims to bridge technology gap between the region, ensuring universal access to digital services and enhancing digital skills of the population and supporting a green and sustainable transition. These were the aims that brought the conference, the Commission on Digital within the Conference of Europe. This process is actually very important and essential to position Europe as a global leader in technology and digital governance, which is something that is facing right now and which is very important for a continent that wants to be a global actor to have also a digital autonomy and strategic autonomy. So the proposal elaborated within the Conference on the Future of Europe can be grouped into 4 macro areas of intervention. I will just focus on the last one, but it's important to underline all of them. The first one was access to digital infrastructure. The second macro areas is digital literacy and skills that empower people. Third one, a safe and trustworthy digital society, cybersecurity and disinformation, safe and trustworthy digital society, data protection was the fourth one, and the fifth one as digital innovation to strengthen the social and sustainable economy. The decision to focus just to one was due, of course, to the time that we have to talk about it, but also to the fact that within the last macro area, there have been the biggest and major and most important acts that the EU has done so far, such as, for example, the EA Act. So regarding the digital innovation, the EU advanced a digital initiative that boosted the economy and the single market in a fair and sustainable manner, boost Europe's technological and innovation competitiveness, enhance the digital single market for businesses of all sides, and position Europe as global leader in digital transformation and human-centered digitalization. As we know, Europe has been the first continent and the first, let's say, actor to have a law on AI, which is something where the European Parliament has had a very strong role on it, also thanks to some parliaments that really pushed for it. So the proposals within this macro area, before going to the AI Act, there wasn't, of course, just the regulation on artificial intelligence. There were also proposals among a legislation for, let's say, human-centric smart working, it was called. So the introduction, it consisted in the introduction and reinforcement of legislation that regulates the human-centric smart working, taking into account the impact on worker physical and mental health, for example, by ensuring a right to disconnect. This has been, of course, something that comes from the pandemic. So what has been done within this framework was a legislative procedure which is still going on, and it's about improving working condition of person working through a digital labor platform, and a communication from the EU institution on the EU strategic framework on health and safety at work from for the 7 years, so 2021-2027, which focus on occupational safety, health in a changing world work. This is the title of the communication. The other, one of the other proposal was still in the field of the AI, but it was ensuring human oversight of AI in the workplace. So the aim of the proposal was to ensure human oversight of decision-making process involving artificial intelligence in the workplace and transparency of algorithms used. It was also giving consideration to the negative impact of unlimited digital surveillance in the working place, also informing and consulting worker prior to the introduction of digital technologies that impact on working condition. And it's still in the same proposal, this was ensuring that the new form of work, such as platform work, respect worker rights and provide appropriate working condition. This is also something where the European Parliament has regulated in the MAS mandate. But for sure, the most important act done within this area is the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, the AI Act, which is a pioneering regulatory framework designed to address the ethical, technical, and societal challenges associated with the AI system. This is very interesting because I will try to focus on the different dimensions that the AI Act touches and regulates. So it's not just a technical dimension about the using of the AI Act, but also the impact that it has on society. So from a technical academic perspective, the AI Act aims to create a comprehensive governance model that ensure AI systems that are safe, transparent, and aligned with fundamental rights. It is particularly important for our reflection. This is from a more technical side of view. One of the points that have been highlighted within the Act, indeed the risk-based categorization of AI system. So the AI Act classifies AI system into 4 categories based on the level of risk they pose to users and both society. And these 4 are unacceptable risk, high risk system, limited risk systems, and minimal or no risk system. I will very briefly give some information about the categorization of the risks. So for the unacceptable risk, these risks are AI systems that are deemed to pose an undue risk to human rights, safety, and values. And these systems are completely banned under the AI Act. The second level is the high-risk system, which are those that have significant safety implication or legal consequences, and they include AI systems used in critical sectors such as healthcare, law enforcement, and employment. Of course, those sectors where data are shared, important data about citizens are collected and shared. The 4th stage, so going from like a pyramid from the top to the bottom, is the limited risk system. These are AI systems with minimal risk to user and society, a system that require transparency measures, such as informing user, for example, that they are interacting with AI systems. So I'm talking about the chatbots, for example. The last one is minimal or no risk system, and these are AI systems that are considered low risk, and they do not require substantial regulatory oversight, for example, using AI in video games or spam filters. So this is something where that are not considered as a big problem from the AI Act. Another chapter where the AI Act has regulated is the conformity assessment and monitoring. So for high-risk AI system, the AI Act requires a conformity assessment before deployment. So these include internal or external audits that assess whether AI system meets the required technical and regulatory standards. Technically, this aspect of the AI introduces a continuous improvement cycle for AI system, requiring that models be retrained, tested, and validated as they encounter new data. So this pushes for a great implementation of machine learning operations, methodology that blends AI system development with operational best practices, but at the same time, it also controls it. Another thing that is very interesting and had always been something where the European Union has tried to regulate upon is transparency and disclosure requirements. One of the technical components of the AI Act is, in fact, the emphasis on transparency. For AI system, particularly ones with a high risk, developers and deployers must provide clear information about how the system works, what data it processes, and how decisions are made. So this means that there should be a data governance and a bias mitigation that ensure that training, validation, and testing data sets are high quality and representative of the environment in which the AI system will be deployed. And this is very interesting because it is also intended to mitigate algorithm bias, which is one of the most critical challenges in AI, as long as, for example, the AI is a generating AI, it learns from the practices that are already within society. So the risk is that the AI would reproduce the same discriminations that are already in the society. And this is something where the Act also focuses it. Technically, this might involve implementing various techniques such as fair aware machine learning algorithms to prevent the reproduction of discrimination, and performing regular audits of model performance across different demographic groups. Another very interesting point of view from, I think, a more European federalist point of view, it's the AI governance structure, because the regulatory framework is both national and EU level oversight. So the key actors that are included in this process of governance are both national competent authorities and the European Artificial Intelligence Board. So the national competent authorities are designated by the EU member states authorities, which is responsible for monitoring and enforcing the regulation. And on the other side, the European Artificial Intelligence Board is composed of representatives from national authorities that will be responsible of the coordination, and they will ensure harmonized implementation of the AI Act across member states. So technically, this body will require standardized tools and methodologies for auditing AI system, which could lead to the development of a shared European framework for testing and certifying AI system compliance with the Act. Of course, the AI, and please stop me whenever I finish my time, because instead I'm just going on. Okay.
There's enough time.
Okay. So still within the framework of the AI Act, of course, it is not the only act that has been done by the European institution during the years. So it collocates itself within a bigger framework and interacts with existing regulations, such as, for example, the GDPR, so the General Data Protection Regulation, and the Cybersecurity Act. So this means that AI system must also comply with data protection requirements guaranteed by the GDPR and ensure cybersecurity resilience, given the increasing sophisticated of cyber threats targeting AI system. So from a technical academic perspective, the EU AI Act introduced a robust regulatory framework that encourages the development of trustworthy AI system by focusing on risk mitigation, data quality, explainability, and human oversight. By imposing a clear technical standard and governance mechanism, it seeks to balance innovation with safeguarding fundamental rights and societal values. This is something where the EU really tries to not only works upon just to regulate it, but really to give also to sign a path, to sign a way for the development of the progress about digitalization and artificial intelligence. It is a way of controlling it, of using it, which is sustainable, social, responsible, and careful of the citizens. So for sure, this technical approach would likely shape AI development processes across Europe, influencing AI lifecycle management, model interpretability, bias mitigation, and data governance strategies within the European Union. I would like to add two other measures that have been three, but the first one I will just say briefly. Two other measures that have been introduced, starting from the proposal of the COFO. This is very interesting that citizens propose this kind of measures that the EU has already implemented. For sure, not all the chapters of the elaborated by the Digital Commission within the COFOE have been implemented. But for sure, the most important work has been already done, and the new legislature will probably keep going with the reforms on digital transition. So the other interesting measures are three. So the European Digital Identity, the Digital Services Act, and the Data Act. Introducing a European Common Digital Identity, the aim is to facilitate cross-border digital transaction and services in a framework of European standards and guidelines, providing the necessary safeguards. But I would like to focus more on the other two. So the Digital Service Act and the Data Act. The Digital Service Act is a comprehensive legislative framework which aims to regulate digital platform, enhancing accountability, ensuring the safety and rights of users in the European digital environment. It represents a major update to the EU's approach to governing online intermediaries and services, building on earlier regulation like the e-commerce directive of the 2000. So a significant focus of the DSA is on content moderation practices to address illegal content, disinformation, and harmful behavior. So the DSA requires platforms to establish transparent and accountable procedures for handling the content. This is something which is strictly connected on the cyber attack also, and the disinformation led by disinformation strategies led by other countries in Europe, as you have seen, for example, with the Brexit, but also with, for example, Russian intrusion from an informational point of view in some of the Eastern countries. This is why one of the aspects is also the algorithm transparency. So platforms within the DSA Act are required to provide transparency around the recommendation algorithms, for example. And finally, the Data Act. Also, this one is connected to the proposal of the citizens, and it proposed as a part of the European data strategy. It is a key legislative initiative aimed at regulating the sharing and use of non-personal data across different sectors and entities in the EU. It seeks to unlock the potential of industrial and commercial data, promoting innovation, competition, and the creation of new services, while it maintains fairness in data access and use. So from a technical and academic standpoint, the Data Act focuses on issues like data interoperability, access rights, portability, and data sovereignty. It also covers non-personal data, including industrial, IoT, and business data, and regulates how this data can be accessed, shared, and used across the various stakeholder businesses and consumers and public entities. So to conclude, for sure, the digital transition is one of the major areas of interest among the European Union, but not only in the European Union. It is an instrument, the digital, the AI especially, as an instrument that it's spread worldwide, and it's also a symptom of power among the biggest nations. So the fact that the European Union has a regulation on it and tries to elaborate a new system of both protection, at the same time development of this, also from an infrastructural point of view. Unfortunately, I didn't I didn't mention it because as I said before, the access to digital infrastructure is something that was also included, but it has a very far tradition in the European investment. For example, in Europe 2020, it was also one of the main chapters of the strategy for Europe development, so focusing on the digital side. So this means that Europe really, the European Union really wants to be a global actor and regulator in this sector, and it also it also makes Europe more autonomy from a strategical point of view, which is something on which maybe we could also go deeper in the reflection on how effectively the AI Act, which is still quite young, but on how it will impact also on the strategic autonomy of the European Union. So thank you very much for the time and for having listened.
Thank you, Sara. Attending for the other speakers, we can open a little debate on this very interesting issue addressed by Sara Bertolli. She mentioned a lot of critical challenges and issues within the European Union policies with regard to digital transition and lastly, the artificial intelligence. So this continuous challenge between digital transition and data protection. From one side, the EU Act on digital transition and the guarantees inside the Act, and the other side, the laws and the dispositions enacted years before in the field of data protection and mostly accountability in case of violation of these data protections. I'd like to open this debate by advancing two questions to Sara. The first one is if it is in the focus of her study, the management through artificial intelligence in the sector of nuclear energy, either on the civil purposes or in the military ones. We had a very important meeting, I think it was this year, between the presidents of US and China in California regarding and concerning the very fragile and sensitive issue of management of military nuclear energy or nuclear weapons under military control. On the other side, I would like to ask you if there is any relationary tie or any connection of or any possible disposition on the EU Act on artificial intelligence regarding the management, at least of the nuclear energy for civil purposes, considering that we have a lot of power plants in France and Germany. Most of the renewable energy is not base carbon energy is produced by these nuclear power plants. And the second question, the third question, if do you think is there any boundary of artificial intelligence which could never be overpassed according to the EU Act on AI? Thank you.
Could you please repeat the last answer, because I was writing under any boundaries?
Yes, legal boundaries, which is the limits, which are the boundaries of artificial intelligence. You mentioned the 4 levels of risk, no? Mm-hmm. Acceptable risk, high risk, minimal or not at all risk. So, yes. I think Roberto is joining to the question.
Yeah, I would like to add another question for Sara. And thank you so much for your presentation. But it's a little bit off topic. But both in the conference and in the action of the EU, there is a lot of regulation. about how do we regulate artificial intelligence and the IT sector and so on. But what was the discussion about IT policy? Because one of the debate that we have in Europe and in the world is the fact that we don't have any of the largest IT company. We don't own any of the big platforms and providers in the world. We are only users. And now we can regulate the others so that they don't harm us too much. But to become an actor of the digital transition, we will also need to build the capacity. And what was the discussion about this aspect within the conference, and if there was something done at the European level, or if there is something in a discussion regarding the reform of the Union going towards that direction? And also, what is the position of the Federal, as you are also the president of the Young European Federalists in Italy, regarding this aspect, because this will have an impact on the balance of power at world level and how the European Union positions itself within the global stage. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Just a premise, I'm not very expert about the sector of nuclear, so unfortunately, I am not in the position to answer your question about the connection between the AI and the nuclear use, which of course should be one of the very focused topic on very interesting topic on which the European Union should focus on. But I really have to be sincere that nuclear it's not really my field of study. But regarding the conference on the future of Europe and the debate that has been within it, I remember that when I went to the European Youth event in Strasbourg, which was connected to the COFOE, because it was during the COFOE period, like the COFOE 2 years. After a survey of all the youngs that were there, which were around 2,000 of young people, when they were asked on which type of Europe they wanted, they said Federal Europe. And if they didn't say so, the proposals that they made were along the path of the creation of a fiscal union, which I think it's very connected also to what I was said before, and also Roberto added about the IT policy and not having an autonomy from that side. Of course, the digital transition is connected both with the ecological transition, but also both on investments and competitiveness of Europe. As long as Europe remains this type of institution, which is in the middle for some aspects between federation and confederation, it will be very difficult to have really strong investments, from my point of view, on IT and on creating also very useful and strong infrastructure, both for the AI and digital in general. So everything is very connected, because as long as European Union there is not a real fiscal union which allows the European Union to make type of investments and to give money to invest, which we are talking about billions of euros for making the digital transition, it would be very difficult. Also because if we connect it, and this is the topic where I'm more into, connected to the problem of the raw materials and how to have them, and also the fact that we are not the crucial core of the digital industry. You know, we are not the crucial core. That would be a very difficult. It would be very difficult to have this transition if we don't have the money to invest on it. So for sure, all of these dimensions are connecting. And the debate that we also had here in Ventotene about the digital transition and the ecological transition it's very connected with the reform of the European Union and reform of the treaties of the European Union, in a sense that gives to the European Union the powers and also the fiscal power, the monetary powers to make the investments that can help Europe to build an autonomy in this sector, which is very crucial for the future, as long as everything is going on with everything uses the digital. Also, we had meeting with General Vincenzo Camporini, which has been a former general of the Italian army. Who said that one of the problems that they are that the military systems are facing also is the using of the of machinery, let's say, which are guided by self-generating AI. So the topic, it's very both interesting from I think political and federalist point of view, but at the same time also from a more moral and ethic point of view. So which are, as you said, the boundaries of the AI, where the AI should stop.
Okay. Okay, we can at this point, waiting for the colleague, we can make a five minutes pause, okay, in order to.
Maybe we can say,
Okay.
Professor Luca Barani is
Yes,
arriving.
He's arriving in
He was
5 or 10
supposed to
minutes.
arrive a few hours ago, but due to the bad weather and the flood in the area that prevented the train from traveling, he is a little bit late, but he has just arrived at the train station nearby, and they from the university went to fetch him, so he should be here in a few minutes. So we can make a short break of
Coffee break.
5-10 minutes, so that he join us, because the university car has already gone to the station, so he's really arriving. So let's have a short 5-10 minutes break, and we'll resume the works.
Okay, ready for the
Just a last question to Sara.
Wonderful.
Just it's my curiosity. I want to ask you if you are in Ventotene because for a European Union reason, or it is just a case. I mean, as you know, Ventotene is the place where everything is starting. So is it the case, or are you attending to some special meeting?
No, I'm attending the seminar of Ventotene. We are at the 43rd edition, and this is our tomorrow is the last day of the seminar, and we
Which is the topic of the seminar you are attending? Can you
we touched very
closer to us?
we touched many topics from the very basis of the European federalism, but we also talked about the European defense and foreign policy. And in that panel, we had Vincenzo Camporini. We also talked about digital transition and the ecological transition and how they impact on the European development. We had focus on the treaty change and treaty reform. And yes, the general topic of this year is the path through the United States of Europe and the new global order. So how the European Union is collocates itself in this new global order. And I'm very happy to say that we have let's say two seminars, the national seminar and the international seminar. The national seminar is composed by 80 participants, and they are mostly from high schools or first years of university. And
which is, in your opinion, which is the most relevant sentiment? I mean, for example, about the responses that the European Union can give to herself proposal, as we are discussing here, which is the sentiment coming from your meeting.
So the sentiment
Right.
is that what I was saying before, that if we don't have a proper budget that empower the EU to make the investment that are necessary, everything will just be something doing in the meanwhile, while other big countries are investing more. If we think, for example, about the ecological transition, the European Union is investing, if I'm not wrong, around 50 billions per year in a plan of 10 years, and China is investing 700 billions for the same period. So we have already a gap. So the sentiment is that if we don't have as soon as possible a treaty reform that makes Europe, that allows Europe to have a budget which is which can answer the problems and make the investments that the European Union needs, it will be very difficult to reach then the gap after the years of
Sorry if I use your precious time. It seems I want to cover this lack of attending, waiting for Professor Barani, but this is not just for this reason. I'm asking you something. You talk about the European legislation and the amounts of the public incomes that China, for example, can use for the digital transition or for the green transition and so on, instead of the European Union. But if you give a look to the same question from another perspective, I mean, from the legislative perspective, is there anybody posing the question that, for example, China has not the same legislation in the field of labor, in the field of corporate law, in the field of the market? We got it. Data protection. Or the data protection, as Professor has suggested to me. So, do you think it could be the reason why China and some other emerging economies can think in a different way from us to some crucial themes?
Sorry, but I lost half of your question because the connection wasn't stable.
In a quick way, I mean, for sure, European Union has a budget lower than the China budget, for example, for the green transition. But you have to consider, Professor Barani is just arrived, you have to consider that we also have a very different legislation that has an impact on the incomes of every country. This is not the same for China, for example. We have so strictly legislation that can have a very deep impact on our income. So are you talking each other about this theme, or you are not doing it?
Yes, actually, we do. I mean, of course, it's easy to say that China invests way more than Europe. Also, as you said, we have to count on both legislation and the political administration, because, of course, it's easier to make investments and all the transition that we want in a country which is not democratic. We have seen it with the Green Deal and all the problems connected with farmers, for example, in the northern countries of Europe. So we also talked about it. We talk about how it's easier in a regime, for example, to do those kind of investment, those kind of policies, because you also don't have to confront and to deal with the negative problems connected with some kind of transformation, because transformation for sure has an impact on social impact, mostly on labor side, work side. So we have mostly underlined these aspect about the transition.
Which is your own impression about cooperation at your level among countries, European countries? Do you think it's strictly in a good way, or do you need some lack of cooperation between the countries at your own level? So you are very young and you already notice it.
I mean, it's quite evident that there is not a political leadership in Europe which is empowered enough to decide about the future of the Europe, and the results of the conference on the future of Europe was the treaty reform, and the Council stopped it. I mean, they didn't even put it in the agenda, no? So this is something that it's noticed, and of course it is a sign of the lack of the volunteer among the states, among the heads, not the states, because the head states is also composed by people, but among the heads of governments and state to have really to have a push towards the European integration, and to make the step that will allow us to have all the strategic autonomy and all the investments and the power that we need as a continent and continental institution. But from the other side, there is also the thing that the civil society is very active, though. So if the governments sometimes lack of braveness and courage, this is not among the civil society. I have met here, for example, many people coming from the future members, state members of the European Union, and they told me that the sentiment among the people is very strong about building and entering the European Union. At the same time, also the other sections from the countries are working with the civil society as we do. So we are trying to build a consensus among the civil society to push for the head of states and government and to the parliament to do what has to be done so the treaty change. But the main actor on which we have, and as federalists we are trying now to work on with, is the European Parliament, because it has been the one who has asked and voted for treaty change and treaty reform. So it's the actor that also is directly elected by the citizens. So even though from one side the governments are lacking probably in cooperation, but in the sense, I don't think that they are lacking cooperation itself. They are lacking cooperation towards a federal project because they are cooperating among them. That we have seen the agreements between, for example, also the previous France and German governments. We have seen also Draghi signing with Macron. We have seen very of this buy or three at most agreements, which is exactly the logic that we don't want to be, because this is the intergovernmental logic. So for sure, the parliaments and the European Parliament and the civil society are the main actor, and they are the most active actors in this process of requesting a change of the actual system of the European Union, because they are those who perceive the European Union as lacking and the state as not able to answering the question that the citizens are posing.
But you know, are you all conscious that the European Union is for us something not possible just to improve but not to remove? Or is there someone already thinking that the European Union has to be removed? I mean, I hope everybody of your same age are conscious that it is a great result to stay all together and not to stay alone, such as Great Britain did. So is this a certain point, or is this something discussed and uncertain? I scared we have lost Sarah too many questions.
No, I guess that the problem with the connection in entertainment.
Yes.
Maybe.
So we lost Sarah.
We will save a frame in our
We can
mind.
have the coffee break for 5 minutes.
Okay.
The 5 minutes break.
Professor is
Okay.
already coming. Okay.
I think it's
For the last
already
presentation.
in Carimate.
Yeah.
Yes, but
It might be also in.
We tried all the best.
ho capito. Ho capito, abbiamo capito che tira sotto la connessione, tranquilla. No, vabbè, non importa, no, ma non ti preoccupare. Sì, sì. Va bene, ok. Va bene. Ciao.
Poveraccia, l'abbiamo tartassata.
No, è che avevo chiamato per dire saltata la connessione wifi. Quindi,
Possiamo.
sì, facciamo 5 minuti di pausa.
Lasciamo così, va bene.
Sì. Tanto io sto prendendo a Luca. In realtà per un po' ciò ho preparato un altro al bar, quindi sarà anche qualcosa lì abbiamo.
Di più consistente, dici?
No, basta. Io ancora ho una bella lotta con Ceberoni.
Okay. Okay, we are back again after the coffee break. It's a great honor to introduce to you Luca Barani, chargé de cours at the University Libre of Bruxelles. His main research fields focus on international politics, international institutions, and organizational behavior. And his main topic today for this last panel concerns the EU migration policies, failure or success. The floor is yours, Luca.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about a very controversial, or at least a very in the news topic, which is the migration and asylum policy of the European Union. Why the title is either is a policy failure or is a policy success. I would argue that is from a policy perspective is a failure, because the very stated objective of the migration and asylum policy is to manage the migration flows and asylum procedures. And this, I believe that is not secret that both at mostly at the national level, but also at the European level, the self-declared policy goals of efficiently and effectively and humanly deal with this phenomena are not reached, and are still quite far away from being reached for many different reasons. One, of course, is the member state resistance to devolve and also to leave their control at the European, their powers at the European level. So there is an intergovernmental perspective there. There is a political failure as well because of the rise of the far-right parties, which are more and more single issues parties on migration, espousing a nativist perspective, which is not conducive in many different ways to, again, to an effective and an efficient and human way of dealing with this phenomena. And finally, of course, there is also some, if you want, factors linked to the European level, which is the, so to speak, the stop and go, the incremental and still quite incomplete agreements that are at done at the European level, that are proposed and by the European Commission. They are also agreed by the European Parliament, but still, I would be in a very much different position today to speak about this if just before the last European elections, there were not one of the last major agreements, package agreements on migration and asylum, which is the pact on migration and asylum that was agreed just before the elections, which again, I maintain that is very far from being a perfect or efficient solution, because again, in conjunction with the rise of the far-right parties also in the European Parliament, and also the very big resistance from member states, not to mention, for instance, France and Germany, of course, which are very are dealing with themselves at the national level with these problems. The current state of legislation is far from perfect and is very much skewed towards more control than to, so to speak, about a full capacity to deal with migration. But still, the latest piece of legislation, this package of 10 legislative pieces of legislation, was agreed in basically in March, April 2024. And basically, it took 10 years to get there, because the initial legislation package was proposed by the Juncker Commission in September 2015, so on the aftermath of the initial crisis, and after many different stages and different near collapses of the agreement, was reproposed in November 2020, and finally, after again very exhausting 4 years of negotiation, was finally approved just before of the European elections. Again, in a far from perfect shape, but the only merit is that it exists, and that for the next 2 years is going to be again in the implementation mode. So from a policy perspective, I could go in many different details, but I would argue that migration and asylum policy is a failure from a political, from architecture of the agreements, and also from the management angle of the European institutions, European Commission, European Parliament, and we could also discuss about the jurisprudence of the European Court of Justice, but I will not. And so how is possible from starting from such a perspective of a policy failure to, and I would like to do so, to argue that still there is a bit of a success from this perspective, is because this far from successful policy at European level builds on more than on the ruins of so many different failures at the national level. Since the 70s, there is not a single member state which has a satisfactory migration and asylum policy. In the rise of far-right political parties in every and single and each of the member state, that is festering, that is profiting from unsuccessful dynamics at this.
Sta per spegnere la connessione.
Okay, sorry. I hope I didn't do, it's not me. I didn't touch anything.
No.
Okay. So is a relative success if you compare with the national level, but I would say even more if you so this from a policy perspective still is quite unsatisfactory, the policy mix both at the national and at the European level, but I would argue that is a success from a polity perspective, meaning that if we so if we compare with intergovernmental perspective, intergovernmental solution that was started in the 80s with Schengen and with sorry,
no, you are not.
No, but online is fine.
Okay, online is fine. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about this stop and gag dynamics, which very much suits the subject. So again, if we compare with the origins of the migration policy perspective, which has these origins in the Schengen and in the Dublin Convention, which were outside the scope of the treaties originally, that were very much mirroring the intergovernmental logic within the intergovernmental island within the European integration process of the origins, is remarkable that at every single treaty renegotiation of the 90s, from Maastricht to Amsterdam, not so much to Nice, but definitely with the Lisbon Treaty, there was a spectacular communitarization of this policy area, because in the face of, as I argued before, of substantial and very publicized and visible policy failure, member states were faced with either with more of the same, with national failures. So they were forced to a certain extent to accept a progressive, far from linear, but still substantial movement to more and more involvement of the European institutions and acceptance of a qualified majority voting as the ordinary procedure, which was enshrined with the Lisbon Treaty, even with, of course, with issues like transitions, with the creation of safeguards, and so on and so forth to manage. The member states were more susceptible exactly to this communitarization, even we could argue even Germany. But so basically by trying all sorts of solutions at the European level, short of communitarization, member states were to a certain extent forced, so they were obliged by the nature of the problem to accept a complete communitarization of the competence, of the procedures, and of the involvement of the different supranational institutions. So in a moment where since the failure of the constitutional treaty the referenda of the constitutional treaty in 2005, where basically there was was declared basically the death, or at least the suspension of a more ambitious federalist and more ambitious, more public and political dynamics of European integration. Under the radar and in the Lisbon Treaty, most of the advances of the constitutional treaty for the migration and asylum policy were basically transposed and were enshrined in the Lisbon Treaty. And this mostly because there is a recognition that as a policy, migration and asylum don't work. And this, so there is some scholars again repackaged the concept of the bicycle metaphor for the European integration. They repackaged with the concept of failing forward. So basically that European integration, European process still goes forward by far than successful, far than satisfactory stopgaps solutions. And still, instead of admitting that there is it's not a satisfactory, there is still a continuing of fashioning and of approval of more and more or less ambitious steps forward. So this again, in my view, a refashioning of the old bicycle metaphor that we have for the European integration since the 50s or the 60s. And still, it applies, at least in the policy area of migration and asylum, if not for others policy areas. But I will just stick to it. Now, if I hope that I more or less show that as the migration policy and asylum policy is at the same time a failure as a policy, but a success in terms of polity building, where do we go from here? I think that there are still margins for improvement, definitely of the policy at the European level. But from a political perspective, clearly, there is a new parliament that is as Eurosceptic as we could record in since its direct elections from 1979. And so there is one of the major institutional actors that were pushing for more ambitious, at least for more comprehensive approach. That is, if we look at specifically at the EPP, that is taking a more and more hardline stance, and that is also more and more aligned with the more conservative, at least with the more resistant member states in the Council. And we could discuss about France and Germany, definitely France. So there is a clear political blockage, at least as the situation stand after the European elections. We'll see about what is going to be the next composition of the European Commission, who's going to be the next commissioner for asylum migration. My guess, which is mostly an educated guess, I don't have any insider information, I would suspect that the next commissioner is going to be from EPP family. And as also we saw that in the political campaign of the current president of the Commission, of the Ursula von der Leyen, migration was very much at the forefront of her campaign, either with different events, but and photo opportunities, but also with certain policy or at least political programs, declarations. So there is clearly political limits or constraints that are being put to any more ambitious advance in respect of the legislation that is was approved just before the last elections. And so for the next 5 years is going to be more a matter of making it work with all these issues and lack of balance of the current pact of migration and asylum. So it's going to be more implementation period for the next 5 years. And so there is not going to, at least from what is possible to judge at this point in time, there's not going to be any not any single corner of the legislative triangle, any push forward, neither from the Commission, definitely not from the Council, and most likely not from the Parliament. So what is more probably where could, I'm not going to give it as a certainty, but definitely, as we saw in other policy areas, it could be that the European Court of Justice could give or at least provoke some policy advances on this front. This is far from certain, so I'm not going to bet the house on it, but this is a bit, if you want, a bit the forgotten actor, which we saw that he had a very important impact on the rule of law matter, concerning Hungary and Poland in relation to the supremacy of the community law in respect of national law. There is no such a high level, or at least a threat from migration and asylum on the architecture of the European treaties. But in my view, this a possible input or contribution from the European Court of Justice is the most likely move that could, to a certain extent, move forward, or at least putting a new item on the table that could change the current dynamics, which is not a dynamic, is more like a static situation. But I would let it there. And in my view, again, is migration and asylum is a mixed situation where there is definitely on the ground, there is an important amount of failure, but which is enshrined in a kind of, if you look at the long-term perspective, one of the most remarkable changing in a supranational way. Policy area of the in all possible areas of interested by the process of European integration.
Thank you to Professor Barani for his excellent address of the issue, which is not easy. He addressed both sides of the medal, the positive one and the failure one, putting under evidence all the policies, historical evolution of the policies of the EU in the field of legal and illegal immigration, asylum seeking, and protection of the individuals in particular circumstances. Also mentioning the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum of last April, which rightly he considers not sufficient in order to face this current and this fragile problem or challenge of flows of mostly from the south part of Europe, illegal immigration, and from the eastern part of Europe, at least from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, of asylum seekers. And so this is with the due mention of the cooperation within the European Union and the Dublin agreements 1, 2, and 3, and the current approbation before the legislative elections of this year of the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum. And seen as he remembered and recalled, in a long-term perspective, we can also notice a little bit of progress and a little bit of optimism, since we didn't have in Europe before Schengen a common policy in the 80s on the migration and asylum seeking by asylum seekers. While at least we have, starting from the Lisbon Treaty, some clear dispositions which have been passed from the intergovernmental method to the communitarization method of matter of control also of the European Court of Justice, with the involvement of the main institutions, namely the Commission, the Parliament, and the European Council. So this very profound panorama brings maybe to open a small debate on the issue, and with the hope, the last sentences Professor Barani said, in the hope on the European Court of Justice jurisprudence, in order to set up the minimum standards and to set up the pillars of these new and forthcoming policy on the field of immigration and mostly asylum seekers, because we have some threats and some challenges from the eastern border and from the Middle East for the moment. And this started also in a very consistent way with the war in Syria, and we have a great flow of asylum seekers in the northern countries. And I think the first time that France and mostly Germany tasted the problem personally, directly, because since that period, and even after that period, the most of the problems concern Spain, Italy, and France, and Greece, mostly. And the solution in that period, given by the Angela Merkel, was the delegation of this problematic to Turkey in change of some subsidies and some funding. And since that moment, we didn't have any problem related to the asylum seekers from Syria and from the Far East. But the Southern Europe, though the military mission of the border control, the Frontex, is operative in the Mediterranean, is still facing the great problem. Most of the illegal migrants and asylum seekers knock at the door of the southern countries, the Southern Europe, mostly Italy and Greece. for the moment. So
And Spain too.
even Spain, yeah, they have some, but not at the same amount as Greece
No.
and Italy, because of the geographical position, because of the culture, because of the ties and connections of the Northern African countries. And I think this will be the challenge of the European Union. Is not just in terms of laws or disposition of articles of treaties, not just in terms of military employment of forces, Frontex or other, but in terms of real policy of European Union community policy in this issue. So if the European Union wants to exercise these competencies in a unique way, centralized in Brussels, they have to decide also how to relocate and to manage the demands for asylum, for example. They shouldn't leave these to the countries affected primarily. This is not Italian, Spanish, or Greek issue. This is European issue, and the wave of these flows will come after a decade, even in the Northern Europe, because we know they are not staying, all of them, as asylum seekers in Southern Europe. So earlier we face the problem, better we will have and quicker we'll have the solution in a European perspective. This is my consideration. I don't know, maybe the colleagues would like to. So I would ask to Professor Barani what you said is more failure and a bit of success. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do you propose?
So
in order to achieve this goal, if we would like to consider it a European policy.
Maybe we can collect the questions. I would actually like to challenge a little bit the idea that this is a polity building success. But look, I'm sorry. I have to come there because this is a hybrid conference and the camera is there, so I'll just by you.
Questions. No, it's great. Because here is the mic. Otherwise, people that are connected cannot hear. So the first, you said was a policy failure, but a polity building success. And okay, there is this qualified majority voting and so on, but we risk the collapse of Schengen now, which was an important part of the polity building. Yes. And this is due to the migration policy. So in that case, if Schengen collapse, which is a possibility, then it would be both a policy failure, but also a polity building failure. And this is the first question. Can Schengen survive in the long term if we don't change significantly the migration policy? Because if we believe that in the long run Schengen cannot stand, then it's difficult to consider it as a polity building success. The second aspect is the migration paradox regarding the European Union policy and the member states policy. So today it's extremely difficult to enter the Union legally.
Okay.
It's really, really difficult. But if you enter illegally, it's very difficult for the Union to kick you out. So, because what they give you is a document that say you should go back to your country, and people just don't do anything about it and stay, and they get it twice and 3 times and 10 times and so on. The foglio di via, yes, in Italian. Yeah. So basically, once you arrived, it's impossible to send you back. But we are not creating significant legal pathways to arrive, especially from countries that from which people should leave, in the sense that there are authoritarian system, persecution, and so on. So those people that would have the right for asylum. and this, I think, is a paradox. The other paradox is that we are changing the rules of the standard in order to fit them with the rules. So we are saying that a number of countries that are clearly unsafe are safe, so that we can send people back. So now Germany has decided that Afghanistan is a safe country. I mean, can you reasonably say that Afghanistan under the Taliban is a safe country? I always
Syria,
say that, yes, Syria, Libya. I always say that if you are thinking it's a safe country, then send your kids for holidays there. If it's a safe country, do you think anybody in Europe would send their kids for holidays in Afghanistan, Syria, or Libya, which is not even a state? So we've made certain rules, and in order to fit the rule, we change the standard. So we are saying that certain countries where there is a civil war, there is no government, there is a authoritarian regime that is persecuting women in a horrible way, and so on. These are safe countries. So this is really one of the aspects where the court, as you say, where the Court of Justice may eventually intervene. And the final question is specific, is about Frontex, because you mentioned the border securitization and so on. And on the one hand, as you mentioned, von der Leyen campaign about tripling the number of people in Frontex. But the issue is, every time we have a migration crisis, Frontex does not intervene because the member states don't want it. When we had the strong migration crisis in Italy, European Union offered Frontex, and Italy said, no, thank you, we don't want Frontex, because otherwise we have to respect the rules. And the same with the Polish government when there was the problem, the crisis with on the Belarus border, and Frontex is based in Warsaw. And so the European Union immediately told the Polish government, look, you can have a lot of Frontex people to help you deal with the migration crisis with Belarus. And the Polish authorities said, no way. We are creating this health system where nobody is allowed, no citizen, no NGO, no doctor, no whoever, for 2 kilometers from the border. And what happens there, nobody can know. So I don't think that we can consider this, not even from the polity building, a success, because if you are creating a new institution like Frontex, but then when you are supposed to use it, you cannot use it because the rule are that only if the member states ask for Frontex help, Frontex arrives. And every time you have a crisis is the time when the member states don't want Frontex at all, because they are not going to respect the rules that they themselves have chosen at European and at national level and at international level. Then basically this is, in my view, tend to be rather a failure on all fronts. And then a good, a positive note in a way, and this is a more a question more for you as a political scientist that's specific on migration, because you said it was important there were the elections to get the asylum, the pact on asylum agreed after years and years and years of negotiation. So can we say that in a way, one of the most important role of the European election is that they work as a deadline? They force the European Union member state to show the citizen that they have done something on the most pressing issues, because otherwise it's difficult to tell people to vote for the parties in government that usually are those in the majority in the parliament. So we always see that in the last year of the legislature, we have a rush of legislation on the most important issue. We had the treaty reform proposal in November, 7 months before the election by the parliament. We had the asylum pact decided. We had the Artificial Intelligence Act, the first piece of legislation in the world trying to regulate artificial intelligence. So on all the hot topic, the European election work as a deadline. Political parties feel the need to show the citizen they did something on the hot issue. So do you think that this is working? And this was one of the reasons why eventually, with all its limits and so on, the asylum pact was finally approved, unlike in all the previous negotiations where eventually everything failed? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I will start from the last one because this is the simple one. Because historically, yes, the end of the legislature means that one of the side of the legislative process triangle is going to go in recess, the European Parliament, because the Council doesn't, because it's a rotational basis. So it's true that at every single time, every time that there's European elections, this is a moment where the different presidencies, but also the Commission, is trying to push and push to have trilogues for the many different pieces of legislation. So across the board, and of course, you hear more in the election campaign of the most visible one, IPAC, because they are selling, but it is a structural feature of the system. And perhaps what was most dramatic in this case, which of course, again, the European election function have this role, but something that perhaps was not so well discussed is the role, the fear of the Hungarian presidency. That and this is unrelated to the European election, because by a chance this was the next presidency, and if you saw, for instance, the discussion about the candidacy of the Louis Michel, that would have left his post as the president of the European Council, it was kindly asked to reconsider, because in the event of such a situation, you could have the suppleance of the post of the president of the European Council by the rotational presidency, which is the rule in the treaty, and giving a tribune to Orban even bigger. And as we saw with his impromptu meetings with Zelensky, Putin, and Trump, this was not promising well on a very hot topic for Orban, which is on migration. According to the words of the Viktor Orban, is civilizational challenge, which is migration and asylums, which means that for Hungary, accepting the relocation of hundreds, I'm saying hundreds, of asylum seekers or beneficiaries is a civilizational challenge, which means that apparently it is a very fragile civilization if hundreds of migrants are putting it into danger. But so the prospect of the Hungarian presidency in the second half of 2024, also looking at the presidential campaign in the US, this was an additional, in my view, factor that it could explain why finally there was this final push on asylum and migration pact. So yes, of course, the elections function like that, but there was also other institutional elements, including the rotation of presidents, which perhaps doesn't have this huge is a cog of the machine, but Viktor Orban is very adept to using it for promotional, and you could imagine that he could have also used the migration card, because this is definitely a trick of his pack of cards. So this just to from a political scientist perspective, there are other elements than the election result of the presidency. Now, going back from the bottom up to the different questions, you mentioned the agencies, the role of agencies. I don't see it as a major problem, because I mean, the fact that either Frontex is going to Tripoli is effective, or that the European Union Agency for Asylum, the UAA, is also an additional agency that is active in the field. The fact that you build the capacity, and that quite substantial in the case of Frontex, less so in the case of the UAE, and after the blockages at the national level, so the member states don't want to use it, is again a case of bringing the horse to drink, and is quite stubborn, it doesn't want. But perhaps less and I completely agree with you that of course there's a problem, but you have less publicized examples like Belgium asking Frontex to be deployed at the international channels of the Belgian airports. This was a major discussion on the campaign during the electoral campaign, even if in Belgium the European elections were concomitant with the national and with the regional elections. So it was a bit drawn. The European dimension was a bit drawn out, but the fact that Belgium, the federal state, of course, because it's competent for these matters, ask Frontex intervention at the international airport. There is a need. I mean, even from countries that should have the capacities to deal with these issues, for the points where you have external borders in play, to ask for help from the European level, of course, with all many caveats. But again, another less known, but again, very interesting aspect during the Ukrainian, the initial weeks of the Ukrainian sudden influx of Ukrainians from during the first week of the war, that Frontex in its statutes is not allowed to operate outside the European Union because this is the way it was imagined to work. But for the first time in the history of Frontex was asked from Moldova to come and to be deployed to secure the borders that were under stress because of the transit of Ukrainians. So you have also countries that are not member states of the European Union, which are affected, and they actually an amendment was made in order for Frontex to intervene. And there are perhaps again less visible, but again very interesting developments where, for instance, Europol was also deployed because there is also a risk of smuggling of weapons, and because as you know, Ukraine is still at war, so there is a huge availability of small weapons and of trafficking, human trafficking, and so on and so forth. And so again, the agency are perhaps a bit less under the radar, are there, and of course when is being presented as an issue of national sovereignty, that they don't want to be interfered on, and Poland prefers to use martial law in the 2 kilometers from the Belarusian border, for instance. It's very difficult from agencies which are to a certain extent Europol technocratic instrument, but there is progress which is less visible, but in my view is real, and for the case of Moldova also opens up possibilities that were not initially. My dream is that Frontex is going to be deployed in the UK at a certain point, but this is very far-fetched scenario. But again, I don't think that there is a major problem in case from front. If member states, if the horses don't want to drink, eventually some of them will, and again, is very the symbolic politics there is very interesting of Frontex in Warsaw, but of the UAE in Malta, because both Frontex and the UAE, for the countries that actually they decided to have it on their territory, are creating problems. And to a certain extent, it's also interesting that Malta has a very, I wouldn't say dismal record on asylum, on welcoming asylum, but it should be monitored and as exactly the right person or the right agency. So there is also this issue, but again, I don't see it as a major, I would say, a major challenge. The fact that Frontex and UAE and Europol are building up, and there is a resistance not to use them, but perhaps it's in more technocratic, low politics or less visible aspects, they're being used, or at least being asked to intervene. You mentioned two paradoxes for migration and asylum, but both of them, to a certain extent, are related to asylum. So migration, which I think is where the real numbers are, is being obscured by the issue of asylums, which are the hundreds of thousands requests every year. But it's true that when a person shows up at the borders of the external borders of the European Union, by whichever means, so he could do it in airport, but is prevented from doing that because you have international airlines that they don't allow basically suspects, asylum seekers to embark and to arrive to, and mostly from illegal ways, from smuggling, from and returns, according to my last figures, are 40%. So only 40% of the people that cleared all the very long and extremely, if you want, complex procedures of the asylum and of rejection of asylum and counter appeal and so on and so forth. Only 40% of the people that are supposed to leave, they do it. And there's the issue of order to leave the territory. I believe it's the. But actually, the returns directive, where you could do more, is actually one of the few leftovers that were not inside the Pact on Asylum and Migration. It was left outside and is from 2008. But most probably because the next parliament is going to be as a shift towards the right, it could be one of the piece of legislation that in the margins could being reformed or could be added. Again, from in a normative way, I'm not sure that I would advocate for a stricter or more or criminalization of the procedures to increase the returns rate, because there are underlying issues there that are, in my view, that are not going to capture it by the current political perspective. But yes, there's a problem of returns, but definitely is not an issue that is lacking political pressure or proposals to be addressed, but it's definitely for people that were rejected through the asylum process or the procedure, which in my view, this is quite long, and these people are most of the time, if they're in this rejection trajectory, left in the limbo for 2 or 3 years, depending on the country, depending on the situation, and so on and so forth. But definitely, increasing this rate of returns is a lot of the prevention of people getting into procedure is the main thrust of the Pact on Migration and Asylum. So again, in my view, the jury is out to see if this is going to be a success or not, because it takes time, and it takes member states put the resources and to put the rules in place as they are. So before deciding if the returns are going to increase, I mean, I know that people don't have a lot of patience, and politicians even less, that want instant results, but it is an issue that if you the solution is to preventing people from entering into, so to speak, into asylum procedure and to get in this limbo. We'll see if this is success, but in my view, the jury is still out there. Schengen, which, yes, this is a very, I would say, is very serious challenge, or is a serious counter argument to my line of discussion. I would just say that Schengen is part of the problem to a certain extent, that Schengen was the very name of this, of the so to speak, of the main mechanism of the abolition of internal borders and creation of external borders of the EU was intergovernmental agreement in the Schengen village between the initial Benelux and Germany and France. And so we are still discounting the intergovernmental guarantees that are in the heart of Schengen. So it's not just because of migration that Schengen is in this dispute, or you have closing and reopening of borders, internal borders of Schengen. If you remember during COVID, there was a lot of internal borders that were closed, citing, my view, rightly so, sanitary concerns, because Schengen has, in its very heart, because of the logic that it was at the beginning, a lot of discretion left to member states to invoke different clauses, so to speak. And also it's true that during migration, you had opening, reopening, closing in a very short times in order to de facto having a closing of the borders to a very long perspective. So if you don't build trust between member states, because this the issue of the hiccups, of my view, of the Schengen mechanism, because member states don't trust each other. France doesn't trust Italy. Germany doesn't trust Greece, and so on and so forth. So they have a very ready-made excuses to use these, so to speak, switch off clauses within. So again, there is, in my view, the main reason of existence of the new pact on migration and asylum is try to restore this kind of trust that it was badly damaged. I would say that it's years and years of even of I don't know, Hungary pushing all the Syrians through the and vice versa, and that there is a huge mistrust, which is the real problem of Schengen, and there is also you could have some contagion effect that if the mistrust within Schengen could also migrate. Oh no, sorry, not to use this word. It could spread, so to speak. It could move to other policy areas, but this is, in my view, is a bigger issue, and brings back to the East-West divide, where basically is the East-West countries, but politicians and even civil society don't looking each other in the eye on migration and asylum issues. There is also an issue concerning the single market, because what was sold as a way for to Eastern countries to be able to improve their socioeconomic situation now is being clawed back, and so again there is this mistrust is very deep in Schengen, but is also festering in other policy areas, and so there is a major reparation work to be done, and this, but again, my view is beyond the migration and policy area. But yes, Schengen is to a certain extent is still marked by this intergovernmental bargain that was at the heart of it, and I would say that you never should forget that the most important intergovernmental treaty that was accompanying Schengen was Dublin Convention. Why Dublin Convention is important is because it prioritizes the interest of the northwestern countries, so basically in the subject of asylum, basically delegating the issue of the southern countries to deal with the flows of asylum seekers, and resending them back. So this was basically is the issue at heart in the Dublin Convention. What was interesting is that because of the geopolitical transformation or geopolitical dynamics is that also other countries like the Eastern member states had something that they didn't expect, and it was dealt in a different way with the temporary protection. But now you have migratory pressures both on the east and on the south. And this with different issues and with different problems and with different solutions that are being offered on both sides. But this is a chance, paradoxically, from a European perspective, because the more countries are affected, and so they are in need of more European solidarity, and so there is more way, or there is more scope for a European solution. But the solidarity is very difficult to build, specifically migration and asylum. So finally, the last question, what is in
The
my...
last question, so the common policy. My opinion is we are looking more at the effects of the problem than at the roots of the problems. You said the solidarity, it is a good idea, good principle, but it's also a dangerous one. If we, I don't know if you or Roberto said that we do not have regular migrants in Europe, and it is very, very hard to join Europe in a regular way. And I say it as a third country national and also EU national. And it is very easy to join Europe by illegal way. So here we have a problem, a big problem. Why we should always deal with the effects of the problem? Why don't we deal with the problem? The problem is we need workers, we need professionals, we need butchers, we need barbers, we need workers, employees in Europe. Why don't we get them in a legal way, as some countries do in Europe? I know Germany and some other few countries, maybe Sweden and some other countries. They have a regular state policy on immigration, okay? And they select and they let enter the most professionals. During the Syrian crisis, Germany absorbed the most intellectual asylum seekers of Syria, medical, health system, engineers, ITs, and etc. And they already live in Germany, more than 1 million of them. The top quality of the employees from Syria. Why doesn't the European Union build at a centralized level in Brussels a policy of absorbing, of getting in the best qualified employees from all around the world? This would also, sorry, Luca, also diminish the effects and the problems caused by illegal immigrants, illegal immigration. Nobody would try to put at risk, jeopardize his proper life in the Mediterranean or in the eastern borders or in the Aegean Sea. And I say it by personal, by familiar experience. Okay, I come from a country which half of the country are immigrants in the European Union. And we have tried all the ways to join the European Union because we hadn't have a visa policy from Italy, namely, and mostly. Italy today does not have a visa policy. You can join Italy only for health purposes or for study purposes, or touristic purposes just for 90 days.
Because you have
a job permission.
Because you have a Schengen visa only on the short term, and the long term is.
And you are not allowed to work.
Yeah.
So where does the European Union get the employees?
But again, this is one again because
from the third countries
for the migration policy, where you have the consensus from member states is on the fight against irregular migration. You have now more and more on the common European asylum and procedure, which is part of the pact. But where what you mentioned is the legal migration, is that you still have member states that want to have their means to deal with their labor market shortages. And so in the treaty, on paper, is a shared competence because procedures are Europeanized by the numbers. So basically, the decision on how many or which kind of people are going to be admitted legally is at the domestic level. So the legal migration is still shared, but mostly is, and actually it was Germany that pushed to have the quantitative element remaining at the national level. So, for instance, just to give an example, the European Blue Card, which is exactly is for skilled worker, is for what you mentioned, IT
Special categories, yes,
that have above than average wage in order to qualify for that. Germany is the biggest user, but because he uses the European instrument, but under their control.
Domestic policy.
Exactly. So for legal migration, you have this aspect of migration policy, the legal one, where member states believe to be the best judge of it. They are accepting certain harmonization on a minimal level at the European level, but they want still to keep the control of the levels. So on migration and asylum policy, you have certain areas which are well advanced. The fight against illegal, undocumented migration. You have increasingly Europeanization, harmonization of the common asylum policy, but you have still important areas like the legal migration that are member states want to keep firmly in their and mostly the European Union is doing facilitation but there is still work to do. I'm not saying that everything is completely harmonized, but again, if you compare 1992 and 2022 in 30 years, and knowing the difficulties of treaty amending and so forth, because, and again, these are perhaps I would also finish there, is an important question, of course, is the common policy in paper, but it's also the operational aspect like Frontex or IUA. But just to give you, so to speak, an example that is very interesting in my view, health policy. The health policy before COVID, it didn't change before or after COVID. So you have still very limited competence of the European level for health, but when there is a political will, so a member states understand that the best way of dealing with major issues like the COVID pandemics is to use the solidarity tools, which is the European institutions, also beyond what is on paper. You can have important advances like the vaccination, the vaccination markets, the buying of this is nowhere in the treaty. But still, if there is a will, there is a way to do it. The problem is that if you don't put it in the treaty, COVID comes and go, and member states also, when the moment is past, they prefer to keep it away.
Interest anymore, yes.
But if you don't fix it in the treaty, for member states, it's also easier to stand back. Okay, I will leave it there, and it was very interesting, and thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mirka. And we, at this point, we would conclude the working of the last session and of this day, thanking again the organizers, and in particular way, Professor Castaldi, for the invitation and for the interesting.
Tomorrow at 9.
Tomorrow we will meet in the same room at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. Have a 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's dinner.
Hai pagato in ritardo.
Benissimo. Come I pay always my debt, Lannister.
Detto una cosa